Chapter 414. It was said that Fan Xian and his group had long left Hangzhou and had been in Wuzhou for almost half a month. However, other than reporting this matter to the emperor, it was not revealed, so the people of Wuzhou did not know of this matter. However, there were no absolute secrets in this world, particularly something like returning home to visit relatives. It was impossible to hide it from everyone. Thus, it was not difficult to imagine that the head disciple of the Northern Qi imperial advisor, the foremost ace in the palace, Sir Lang Tiao, knew of Fan Xian's whereabouts. Lang Tiao's trip to the south touched upon an unusually interesting problem. Starting from the spring of the 6th year of the Qin calendar, the Northern Qi Saint girl Haitang Duo came to Jiangnan alone and met with Fan Xian. The story of these few months had long spread throughout the north and south of the Yangtze River. Under Fan Xian's purposeful arrangements and the spread of rumors, everyone believed that there was an indescribable, ambiguous, and warm relationship between the imperial envoy of the Qin court and the Northern Qi Saint girl Haitang. Just like how Fan Xian and Haitang were worried about on that bed and under that large blanket, such a romantic story between a man and a woman tugged at the hearts of too many people. The Qin kingdom had yet to react, but Northern Qi could not hold it in. Haitang was Ku He's favorite disciple, the disciple and closest to the Northern Qi emperor, and the Northern Qi empress dowager's favorite junior. Such an outstanding woman, such a Tianmai being responsible for raising the spirits of the Northern Qi people and raising the morale of the entire country, was rumored to be marrying into the Qin kingdom. This reality made the Northern Qi people angry and also made the Northern Qi royal family anxious. Furthermore, those in high positions knew of Fan Xian's position in the Qin kingdom. They also knew of the dishonorable role Fan Xian had played in that matter. The Northern Qi emperor greatly admired Fan Xian. He was, at the very least, a fan of The Story of the Stone. Although the Empress Dowager was young, her personality was stubborn. She would not allow this matter to happen. On the issue of Shenzhong, Shang Shanhu, and the issue of the provost of the Brocade Guard, the young emperor of Northern Qi had successfully forced his mother to make concessions. However, on this matter of marriage and face, the Northern Qi Empress Dowager's words were still very powerful. It was impossible for the young emperor of Northern Qi to forcefully hold on. Furthermore, in that deep abyss of thought, the Northern Qi emperor did not necessarily want Haitang to marry into the Fan manor. First, it was the problem of the several million taels of silver. Second, it was the problem of the young emperor's mind. Therefore, the little emperor remained silent on this issue, and the one in charge was the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager's opinion was very simple. How could a proper saintess of a country be dragged into those filthy rumors and unable to extricate herself? How could her most beloved Duo be married to that scoundrel Fan Xian without any status? Thus, she had sent out a group of people, led by Lang Tiao, to invite Haitang back to Northern Qi. At the same time, she had arranged a seemingly well-matched marriage for Haitang. In any case, no matter what, he could not let Haitang marry Fan Xian. This was the thought of all of Northern Qi. Concerning Haitang's marriage, the Empress Dowager had arranged it to the son of Marquis Ning, her own nephew, Sir Wei Hua, the head of the Brocade Guard. The two of them were close in age. Wei Hua was indeed a capable official with a high status. He was indeed a good match. However, Wei Hua was not an idiot. First, he did not want to marry a woman more powerful than him into the family. Second, he did not want to offend Fan Xian on this issue. Everyone knew that Fan Xian had inherited one of Qin Pingping's quirks. It was to absolutely shield and hold grudges. Stealing someone's wife, what kind of grudge was that? Each time Wei Hua thought of what Fan Xian had done in Northern Qi, even though he was surrounded by Brocade Guard guards, his heart still felt cold. Regardless of whether or not Wei Hua wanted to marry, he did not have the courage to disobey the Empress Dowager's edict. He could only use the brocade guard's secret letter to send to the Overwatch Council in the south to explain the matter to Fan Xian. At the same time, he reminded Fan Xian of this matter and rushed to remove himself from it. However, the people heading south still came. There was the stubborn Lang Tiao, as well as Lang Tiao's female disciple, Wei Hua's sister, Wei Yingning. Wei Yingning liked Haitang, just like all the women in northern Qi. She had always thought that the commissioner of the Overwatch Council in the south had used some shameful trick to keep Haitang in Suzhou. When she found out that the Empress Dowager had ordered Haitang to become her sister-in-law, she was the happiest person. Thus, after coming to Qin Kingdom, she became the angriest person. Looking at it from another angle, the things Fan Xian had done and said were an intolerable humiliation to Haitang's future husband's family, the Chongningho manor. That was why Wei Yingning was so impulsive. She was impulsive, but that did not mean her teacher, Lang Tiao, would also be impulsive. Lang Tiao was Ku He's first disciple and one of the most powerful figures in the world. Of course, he knew why the Empress Dowager had sent them on a diplomatic mission to the South Kingdom. After passing Wudu, they headed south but stopped in Wuzhou. They did not go straight to Suzhou to bring Haitang back home. Whether or not Haitang returned was not only Haitang's business, it was also the business of the young man in front of him. Lang Tiao looked at Fan Xian's delicate and peerless face and couldn't resist letting out a sigh. If they went to Suzhou to bring Haitang back home, regardless of whether she was willing or not, without Fan Xian's permission, a grudge would certainly be formed. Everyone under heaven knew that Sir Fan Jr. of the South Kingdom and Northern Qi's Saint Girl Haitang were a match made in heaven. Even someone as proud as Lang Tiao did not dare to provoke Fan Xian too much on this issue. Without Fan Xian's permission, they wanted to bring Haitang back to Northern Qi. They were also afraid that they would face the pursuit of the Qing army. Thus, he had them stay in Wuzhou. He wanted to meet with Fan Xian and report this matter. However, Fan Xian clearly knew that these people were in Wuzhou, yet he continued to avoid them. This was normal. If he knew that his wife's paternal family had sent people to marry his wife to someone else, who would have the time to pay attention to it in Northern Qi? It was already good that he did not send an army to wipe them out. This was the background and prelude to the series of conflicts in the restaurant. The Northern Qi people in the restaurant heard Fan Xian's frivolous words, particularly the son-in-law, and couldn't help but feel angry. They thought that the Qing people were indeed shameless. Even someone as talented as Fan Xian could not be free from vulgarity. Every time he did things, he acted in a lowly manner. How could he talk about the matters between a man and a woman without the orders of his parents and the words of a matchmaker? Lang Tiao was someone who understood Fan Xian. He laughed bitterly and said, "You know this matter is impossible. Why are you so stubborn?" Fan Xian rubbed his nose as if he had smelled something unpleasant. He smiled coldly and said, "Eldest brother, I don't know what matter you're talking about." Lang Tiao was Haitang's eldest brother disciple. Because of this, Fan Xian's tone was rather respectful. However, when these words fell into Wei Yingning's ears, she couldn't help but feel irritated. She really was his niece. Lang Tiao thought for a bit and smiled. Clapping his hands, he had his disciples leave the restaurant. Fan Xian also smiled. Lifting the front of his robe, he naturally sat directly across from him. An Overwatch Council subordinate had long since brought them tea. The two of them sat across from each other at the table and faced each other without words. A moment later, Lang Tiao warmly said, "Even if you keep avoiding me, I will eventually have to go to Suzhou." Fan Xian nodded and smiled slightly. "The scenery in Suzhou is not bad. Duo and I often go shopping. We both like it." Lang Tiao's gaze narrowed slightly and he changed the topic. "There are many things that you can't do as you please." Fan Xian avoided the question and straightforwardly said, "Speaking of which, in my life, there is nothing I can't do if I want to do it." Lang Tiao's brows furrowed. He didn't know what to do with the scoundrel in front of him. He could guess some of Haitang's thoughts, so he increasingly felt that the mission the Empress Dowager had given him was troublesome. Fan Xian glanced at him and smiled lightly. "The Northern Qi Empress Dowager wants you to go to Suzhou, so you should go. As for whether or not you can take her away, what does that have to do with you?" Lang Tiao listened to these words and thought for a moment. Then, he smiled. There was a glimmer of profound meaning in his smile. "You're so confident because you're certain that Duo won't return with me." Fan Xian was silent and didn't say anything. In this matter, Haitang's will held the most important position. No one could change anything. Regardless of whether it was Northern Qi or himself, they were all vainly trying to influence her choice. Lang Tiao warmly said, "Perhaps you're wrong on one point. I came to Wuzhou to see you not because I need you to help me persuade her. I just want you to know that we're preparing to take her back. This is a matter of etiquette, not asking for your approval." Fan Xian gritted his teeth slightly and said in a cold voice, "Isn't her problem also my problem?" "I'm afraid, that's not what she thinks." Lang Tiao smiled slightly and gazed at him. "I'm the eldest disciple who watched her grow up. Although you're on good terms with her now, I'm afraid I'm still a bit more aware of what she truly thinks. She is a proud person. Think about it, will she always stay in Suzhou?" Fan Xian was silent again. He knew what Lang Tiao said was correct. Duo looked like a village girl and did things gently. But, deep in her bones, she had developed a powerful confidence and pride because of her powerful abilities. It was indeed difficult to have such a woman wait for him in Suzhou. Most importantly, Fan Xian asked himself, up until now, he could not promise her anything. This was a love story, a story of a stallion. In reality, this was a story between people. It was somewhat sad and somewhat helpless. She is a person of Northern Qi. Lang Tiao stared into Fan Xian's eyes and quietly said, "This is not a concept forced on her by anyone. It is an understanding formed since her youth. When her own path conflicts with the interests of the court and the people, you should be able to guess what she will choose." Fan Xian suddenly opened his mouth and furrowed his brows. "When have you ever respected her opinion?" "That's not right," Lang Tiao straightforwardly refuted. "It's just that, you've always influenced her opinion." Fan Xian was slightly angry. He slapped the table and said, "You people are also unreasonable." Lang Tiao looked at him and didn't say anything. After a long time, he finally broke the silence and smiled coldly. "What can you give my sister disciple? I don't care what the Empress Dowager thinks or what teacher thinks. If you can marry her, I will stand on your side." His words were powerful and resonant, and no one dared to doubt his words. Fan Xian replied, "I have worked so hard to create this situation for the sake of marrying her in the future." Lang Tiao gave a not quite there smile and said, "How are you going to marry her?" "Divorce your current wife." This was Wuzhou, Lin Ruofu's home. Fan Xian was Wuzhou's son-in-law, Wan Er's home. Regardless of whether it was Lin Wan Er or Haitang, they could not be someone's concubine. Regarding this problem, Fan Xian himself had no solution. A long time ago, he had once ridiculed the eldest princess and thought that her vision was limited because she had a butt. Only now did he sadly discover that he also had his own limitations. He was not as good as Yi Qingmei, not as good as his mother. He was sitting on his butt in this world, but he temporarily had no way to break through the world's resistance. Looking at Fan Xian's expression, Lang Tiao smiled faintly. "Coming to Wuzhou is just out of courtesy to let you know. After all, in the Qing kingdom, you are the closest to us. It is not good to hide these things from you. To tell you the truth, if we go to Suzhou, Duo will certainly come with us. Fan Xian was silent, thinking of Duo's nature and nature. He knew that Lang Tiao's words were correct. Duo was too smart, so she was too stupid, too merciful, and so she was too cruel to herself. You should go to Suzhou. Fan Xian didn't know if he had thought through something or not as he spoke with a slight smile. At this moment, it was Lang Tiao who froze. Fan Xian warmly said, I've thought it through. It's never good to be too selfish in this matter. It's also not good to have her bear the pressure of a country. If she wants to go back, then go back. It's like returning to her maternal home. Lang Tiao sensed a trace of uncertainty in his words. Fan Xian continued to smile. So what if I go back to Northern Qi? You know your junior martial sister. How could she marry Wei Hua? Your family's Empress Dowager's thinking is too simple. Lang Tiao grunted. Fan Xian closed his eyes slightly. A mocking smile rose to the corners of his lips. Even if you asked Imperial Advisor Ku He to come out and Hai Tang was forced to marry, but what? But, in this world, who would dare to marry her? Fan Xian stared into Lang Tiao's eyes and said the most arrogant thing he had said since his rebirth. Mockingly and coldly, he slowly said, Everyone under heaven knows she is my woman, who dares to offend me and marry her? Does Wei Hua have the guts? There was a death-like silence in the restaurant. A gentle breeze blew in from outside the restaurant, blowing at the sweat on the two of them. Lang Tiao was silent for a moment. He sensed the intention to destroy indiscriminately in Fan Xian's words and couldn't resist laughing. I really don't understand you, why must you make this matter so terrifying? Fan Xian shook his head and said, There are many things that you see as small, but in my eyes, they are very big. Lang Tiao was silent again. After a long time, he forced a smile and said, What a naughty joke. It was indeed a naughty joke. The two of them had not been talking about anything else. It had only involved the matter of that woman. Lang Tiao looked at Fan Xian's calm eyes and smiled lightly. To discuss such a matter in Wuzhou, are you not afraid that Prime Minister Lin will feel uncomfortable and that the princess will not be happy? The reason why Lang Tiao dared to use words to block him earlier was because he was relying on this point. He was certain that Fan Xian would not dare to confidently say certain things. Fan Xian was slightly startled and ignored him. He only smiled coldly and said, We've already met today. Why aren't you going to Suzhou? Do you want me to go with you? Lang Tiao also ignored these words. Suddenly, his mind wandered. Warmly, he asked, There is something I want to ask. Last year in front of the stone wall in Shi Mountain, was that black-clothed man yours? These words had come too suddenly, so Fan Xian was unable to react. However, the training he had received from a young age was very solid. Astonishment appeared on his face and he replied, What black-clothed man? As for the matters of Shi Mountain, Shao En, and the temple, Fan Xian had long come clean to Hai Tang. From Hai Tang's mouth, he knew that Imperial Advisor Ku He had long discovered the problem. However, this kind of thing could not be admitted even if he was beaten to death. He would hold on for as long as he could. Fan Xian trusted Hai Tang. She would certainly not betray him on such an important matter. As expected, Lang Tiao did not ask further. He only quietly said, Since it is so, then we won't talk about it anymore. I'm going to Suzhou. You're in Wuzhou. I can only hope that there won't be any problems in the future. There would definitely be problems. Fan Xian was calm. In a quiet voice, he said, There will be problems. If you dare to disregard her wishes, no matter who, even if your teacher appears, if you force her to marry, believe me, truly, please believe me. Very gentle words, but Lang Tiao's heart was slightly cold. Having already reached the upper 9th level, he had long seen that although Fan Xian had advanced unusually during this half a year, he was still not as experienced and ruthless as himself. Hearing these warm and gentle words, he still couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Believe you about what? Fan Xian smiled slightly. If you dare to force my second wife to marry, I will certainly think of a way to destroy Northern Qi. Lang Tiao was silent. Regardless of whether or not Fan Xian's threat could be carried out, given his relationship with Northern Qi, if such an important figure valiantly threw himself into the Qin Kingdom's Iron Blood faction, it would still be a loss no one could bear. Believe me, Lang Tiao also said warmly. I will not let my sister disciple marry someone she doesn't want to marry. Fan Xian thought for a bit and smiled. Extending his hand, he shook Lang Tiao's wide and strong hand. This is a man's promise. A glimmer of a smile suddenly flashed through Lang Tiao's eyes. Perhaps it's not just a man's. Fan Xian was slightly startled and ignored him. He only said, to answer your earlier question, regarding the matter of Duo, I am only following my father-in-law's wishes. Regardless of whether or not I can marry her, at the very least, I cannot let someone else marry her. Fan Xian's father-in-law was Lin Ruofu, Lin Wan'er's father. Who would have thought that this old man would set down such a rule for Fan Xian? Probably no one would have thought of this. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 4:15. Lang Tiao paused. He had thought that no matter how shameless and lowly Fan Xian was in choosing Wuzhou to negotiate, he would have to consider the Lin family's face. Who would have thought that the previous prime minister of the Qin kingdom would be as shameless as his son-in-law? Furthermore, his skin was thick to such an extent. Was there still law? Was there still justice? This is a question of morality. Lang Tiao stood up and said to himself in his heart. He didn't want to say anything more about Fan Xian. He raised his hands in a salute and took his leave. The restaurant returned to its usual calm. Fan Xian let out a breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead before sitting back down at the table. He did not feel very nervous. As for the people from Northern Qi, they would not make him feel troubled. In any case, he understood Haitang. That woman's temper was something even he could not grasp. Even if they temporarily left Suzhou, there would always be a day when they would meet again. As the saying goes, although the Jianghu was far away, there would always be a time when saliva would flow. What truly made Fan Xian nervous and uneasy were the contents of Lang Tiao's silent curses earlier. This was, after all, Wuzhou, Prime Minister Lin's hometown. What would Wan'er think if he discussed the problem of him and another woman with guests from far away? Where would Prime Minister Lin put his face? How would he explain it to his family? That was why he had been avoiding Lang Tiao. Part of the reason was because of this consideration. He had come today because Lin Ruofu had very openly and honestly had a conversation with him. It was because of this that he had enough skin and shamelessness to discuss these things with Lang Tiao. The Northern Qi people took the broken sword that had been twisted into a dough and boarded the carriage heading south. As for what would happen in Suzhou, Fan Xian no longer wanted to care. He didn't have the ability to care. He could only wait for Deng Ziyu and the others to send back some news. He stood by the railing of the restaurant and looked at the figures of the people. He stared at the young lady of the Wei family who was still seething with anger. A bitter smile rose involuntarily to the corners of his lips. He couldn't convince Haitang, and Lang Tiao couldn't either. However, he wasn't sure whether or not he would appear. Duo was a noble person who was willing to control her own life. This was a very special point. Shortly after, he thought about the matter of returning to Wuzhou and couldn't help but feel a glimmer of guilt in his heart. Naturally, it was toward Warner. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of a good way to handle it. Only then did he gradually feel Zhang Wuji's pain and happiness in the past. However, he knew that he was not as hypocritical as Zhang Wuji, but he was even more shameless. He shook his head and opened the front of his robe, letting the wind outside the restaurant enter his clothes and cool his mind. Then, he followed the footsteps of the guests downstairs. Although he had not come to Wuzhou with great fanfare, after staying in the Lin family's manor for so many days, the news had long spread outside. The Wuzhou Zhizhou had long prepared generous gifts to visit, and the common people in the marketplace had guessed that the son-in-law was on vacation in Wuzhou. When Fan Xian's carriage traveled down the street, no one came to disturb him. Not a single citizen would expose this matter. The people of Wuzhou only saw the carriage and bowed slightly, silently saluting. This kind of respect, which carried a glimmer of distance but also came from the heart, made Fan Xian very happy. From this matter, he could clearly see just what kind of position and reputation his father-in-law had in Wuzhou. However, he had not thought of one thing. The Wuzhou people's respect for him was not only because of old Prime Minister Lin, but also because of Sir Fan Jr.'s own reputation. The Wuzhou people were very proud of this son-in-law. When the carriage returned to the terrifyingly large manor of the Lin Manor, Fan Xian quickly rode to the back hall. The first thing the old man, who was playing with the emerald snuff in his hand, said was, "Those who do great things need to be thick-skinned and black-hearted." Fan Xian was silent. He found a chair and sat down. In a quiet voice, he refuted, "This has nothing to do with those things." The old man playing with the snuff was Prime Minister Lin Ruofu, who had returned to his hometown to retire. In a year's time, this once second-to-none major figure in Qin Kingdom had become like a kind old man in the countryside. His hair was combed softly, and he wore a comfortable unlined garment. On his feet was a pair of half-shoes without heels. However, there was a glimmer of tiredness and boredom in Lin Ruofu's sunken eyes. Perhaps it was because he had left the scheming of the court. This kind of indifferent cultivation made his spirit not as great as it had been in the past. Lin Ruofu listened to Fan Xian's reflexive retort and couldn't resist smiling slightly in criticism. "Do you really think this is just a matter of love between young men and women?" Fan Xian was silent for a moment. He then said, "I don't think, in essence, there is much difference." Lin Ruofu's hand, which had been incessantly stroking the snuff bottle, stopped. Looking at him, he said, "Is that so? But once this matter develops, it will not be so simple. If that woman did not have the identity of Northern Qi's sage girl and did not have a connection to the Northern Qi royal family, would a matter of love between young men and women? Do you think I would allow you to have such thoughts after being married for less than 2 years? Would the emperor silently allow you?" Fan Xian understood this logic. If it was not for the fact that marrying Hai Tang would bring some benefits to himself and the people behind him, no one would stand on his side. Particularly from Lin Ruofu's standpoint, there was no reason for him to help his son-in-law find a mistress. "Father-in-law." Fan Xian forced a smile and said, "The one who told me to go be ruthless is you, and now the one criticizing me is you. What should I do?" Hearing these words, Lin Ruofu couldn't help but laugh. "What you said last night was very much to my liking. I don't care what your relationship with that woman is like. As long as your position in court is more stable, my Lin family will be more stable." Fan Xian nodded. With Hai Tang, a great aid from the outside world, his position in the Qin kingdom would also be much more stable. However, in some areas, he was indeed a cold and emotionless person. He still retained some of the ideas from his previous life. Unconsciously, he did not want his private matters to be connected to politics. Furthermore, Hai Tang might not be willing to marry him. Seeming to guess what Fan Xian was thinking, Lin Ruofu smiled slightly and said, "Actually, you and I both understand the development of this matter. Whether she marries into the Fan family or not is not a matter of importance. As long as she doesn't marry someone else, it's fine." Fan Xian nodded again and admitted that this old fox's thinking was the same as his. "I'll go see Warner and Debao." He stood and bowed respectfully to his father-in-law. Lin Ruofu thought for a moment and then warmly said, "You don't have to worry about Warner. Although she has not been by my side since she was young, she is, after all, someone who grew up in the royal palace. Naturally, she will understand the reason." Fan Xian forced a smile and was speechless. He thought that this father-in-law was ruthlessly honest. However, thinking about it, hadn't Lin Ruofu and the eldest princess had a daughter before he had his meteoric rise? Thinking about it this way, it could be said that he understood. The matters of the previous generation were indeed more of a bastard than his own. He thought for a moment and then insisted, "I'm just going to see Warner. This is the first time she and Debao have returned to Wuzhou. The brothers and sisters-in-law and the clan have all worshipped the two of them in the sky. At this time, they should be playing in Yidong Tian." Lin Ruofu gazed at his son-in-law with a not-quite-there smile. "If you have any room matters to explain, save it for tonight." Fan Xian angrily scratched his head. "Do you know why I agreed to betroth Warner to you?" Although Fan Xian guessed a little, he still continued to shake his slightly swollen head. Lin Ruofu slowly placed the snuff box on the table and said, "When the emperor first intended to betroth Warner to you, it was something that happened in the second year of the first year of the Qing calendar. At the time, Chen Pingping was opposed and strongly opposed. I sensed that there was something fishy about this matter." Fan Xian thought, "What does Chen Pingping's opposition have to do with your opposition?" Lin Ruofu answered his question, "Of all the civil and military officials in the court, there are only 3 people I fear." "Which 3? "One is your father, one is the old cripple Qin, and the old master of the Qin family." Fan Xian thought about it carefully. Chen Pingping controlled the Overwatch Council. Other than the Prime Minister, he had the most power in the hands of all the officials in the court. Furthermore, the secret power he controlled was very strong. Naturally, he was something that Lin Ruofu feared back then. Although the old master of the Qin family was old and rarely went to court, he was, after all, the head of the Bureau of Military Affairs. He was the #1 figure in the military and a super-level official. His students and old friends were all over the military, so he had to receive Lin Ruofu's attention. However, the old master of the Qin family. Back then, he was only an assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. How could Lin Ruofu regard him so highly? Lin Ruofu did not explain the question in his eyes. He continued in a quiet voice, "Of these 3, I admire Chen Pingping's foresight the most. Thus, when he strongly opposed your marriage with Qin girl, at the time, this matter did not seem to have any obvious disadvantages. It was the same for either side. Thus, I knew that he must know some secrets that I did not grasp. So, the old man smiled slightly and said, I also opposed." Knowing that Warner and his brother-in-law were traveling, Fan Xian knew that the work of holding up the grape trellises could only be done at night. Hearing his father-in-law's words, he knew that they were preparing to discuss court matters. Thus, he sat up straight and listened carefully. Hearing this, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Then, why did you agree later?" "I told you before, perhaps you've already forgotten." Lin Ruofu's smile couldn't help but carry a glimmer of vicissitudes. Gonger passed away. At my knees, I only had Debao and Qin girl. At the time, the emperor had already revealed his intention to have me leave my post. I have been in court for many years. My reputation as a traitor was not for nothing. I don't know how many people I have offended. Because of my protection, my people have obtained great benefits in this world. After I pass away, who will protect them? Who will protect my Dabao? Lin Ruofu stared into his eyes and said, "The day you gave me the snuff bottle, I was certain that you could do all of this. Thus, I agreed to this matter." The exquisite snuff bottle made of emerald was sitting quietly on the wooden table beside Lin Ruofu. Fan Xian was silent for a moment. He then calmly and sincerely said, "Don't worry, as long as I live, I won't let Wana be wronged or Dabao be unhappy." Lin Ruofu nodded his head with gratification. He then sighed and said, "Later, when your past came out, only then did I find out that you were Lady Ye's son. Then, what else did I have to worry about?" This slowly brought the topic in the direction Fan Xian needed, the direction that he had never been able to say aloud or ask others. "I don't have any capable people in court, other than Ren Shaoan," Fan Xian said with a pained smile. Fan Xian smiled bitterly and said, "On the surface, it looks like I can beat the second prince into a pulp. If that day really comes in the future and I argue in court, I have no one to speak for me." Lin Ruofu clearly knew what he meant but didn't point it out. On the contrary, he smiled and said, "Lao Shu and Xiao Hu, the two most powerful scholars in the Hall of Governmental Affairs, both admire you. Are you still not satisfied?" Fan Xian shook his head and said, "Admiration cannot be eaten. When it comes to choosing sides, who can trust who?" Lin Ruofu stared into Fan Xian's eyes and asked, "You need people you can trust?" Fan Xian did not deny this point. He chuckled like a greedy little bird with its mouth open and drooling, waiting for its elders to feed it. Lin Ruofu looked at his expression and couldn't resist chuckling. He immediately restrained his smile and calmly said, "I won't give it to you." This answer surprised Fan Xian greatly. However, he knew that since Lin Ruofu had put his entire clan on his carriage, he had to give him some help. He would not let the horse run and not let the horse eat grass. Naturally, he had his reasons for answering like this. As expected, Lin Ruofu warmly said, "Are you curious? Ever since I left Jingdo, the court officials have been in chaos. Those who have thrown their lot with the second prince and Yunrui have thrown their lot with the Eastern Palace. There are still a large number of people standing obediently under the Hall of Governmental Affairs." Fan Xian furrowed his brows slightly. He had long discovered this phenomenon. The strange thing is, why is no one throwing their lot with you? Lin Ruofu gazed at him with a not quite there smile. "You have long made a name for yourself among the scholars under heaven. Adding on Zhuang Mohan's gift, although you are a bit young, it is not impossible for you to openly become the leader of the scholars. Why? Why is it that other than Shaoan, a former colleague of Honglu Temple, who rushed to reveal his team, none of the civil officials in the court have come to throw their lot with you? In this past year, not a single civil official came to visit you. Until now, other than those 4 students of yours who are languishing in the various prefectures, you haven't developed any power at all." This was precisely Fan Xian's great confusion and headache. At the beginning, he had thought it was the emperor's art of checks and balances. Later, he found that the Qing emperor's focus on him was still on the military and did not care much about his interactions with civil officials. Thus, he had always been a bit confused. It was as if there was a hand in the unseen that had always been hindering his progress in that area. He raised his head in astonishment and stared at his father-in-law. Why? Now, Fan Xian understood the reason it was like this. It was because his father-in-law, far away in Wuzhou, was using his remaining influence to prevent his former students from getting too close to him. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Lin Ruofu somewhat liked his son-in-law's cleverness and warmly said, "Furthermore, this tree of yours has already grown too tall. You are even taller than those true princes." "Correct, this matter was arranged by me. For now, I will not let you use those people that you think are useful in order to avoid attracting discussion in the palace. As for when to give them to you, the old man sighed. At the beginning, I stood too high and had no choice but to step down. How could I bear to let Wanner's husband repeat the same mistake? When the new emperor ascends the throne, I will give those people to you. Lin Ruofu said this in the end. Fan Xian was silent, but he smelled a glimmer of inauspiciousness. Only after the new emperor ascends the throne could those people be given to him. From another perspective, when faced with the unfathomable emperor, Lin Ruofu unconsciously could not summon up any thoughts of taking risks. Lin Ruofu's secret influence on court politics still existed, so he had to avoid arousing suspicion and let the emperor believe that he was truly retiring in Wuzhou. This was a paradoxical and difficult cycle. The biggest loss was that Fan Xian had no way of obtaining those assistants. I'm afraid it's too late. Since the two of them had already spoken openly, Fan Xian no longer avoided anything. The crown prince and the second prince's power is basically all in court. If one of them ascends the throne in the future, I don't think I will have any good days. Lin Ruofu said, you should be more direct. All right, Fan Xian said straightforwardly. I will not allow the crown prince or the second prince to sit on that chair. Lin Ruofu smiled and said, thus, this is your problem. Without that power, the crown prince and the second prince are no longer a match for you. Why do you care about this? You have done well this past year, but the biggest problem is that you have found the wrong direction of the battle. Fan Xian was surprised. Perhaps Lin Ruofu was thinking of something from many years ago. The gaze in his eyes seemed to grow deeper and deeper. Slowly, he said, in the current situation, you only have one enemy, and that is Yunrui. At first, Fan Xian was surprised. Shortly after, some disapproval rose in his heart. He had seen the eldest princess methods. When she played with schemes, they were as intricate as embroidery. Unfortunately, when faced with him, the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, and he also had the help of Chen Pingping and Yan Bingyun, one old and one young, the eldest princess' best weapon was not very useful against him. As for power, Xinyang had once sent assassins to Tsang Mountain to assassinate Fan Xian. In the end, they had come up with nothing. Thus, no matter how Fan Xian thought about it, he did not feel that there was anything scary about the eldest princess. Perhaps the rumors in the world were exaggerated. Faced with Lin Ruofu's serious expression, he couldn't help but shake his head. Lin Ruofu said, have you forgotten about the Juanshang conference? Juanshang conference. Fan Xian slowly lowered his head. There is only one Yi Luyun. He cannot change anything. There is only one Yi Luyun. Lin Ruofu looked at Fan Xian with a strange gaze and said, there is also only one Siga Jian. There is also only one Yan Xiaoyi. Also only one. But there could be countless Juanshang conferences. Fan Xian understood what he meant and looked at his father-in-law with incomparable shock. His lips were a little dry. You are also a member of the Juanshang conference. And Siga Jian. What is the Juanshang conference? Lin Ruofu smiled slightly and said, perhaps no one can explain it clearly. Yunrui herself can't explain it clearly. What I can explain is that the Juanshang conference is only a very loose organization. It could be a small tea-tasting group, or it could be the mastermind behind the scenes that took away tens of thousands of lives and destroyed countries. Fan Xian wanted to ask something but was stopped by a wave of Lin Ruofu's hand. The Juanshang conference is only a method of communication between people who stand at a relatively high position in this world. The last prime minister of the Qin court slowly narrated the secrets of this world. We are not the monarchs of a country. We just happen to hold some great power or power in our hands, and there are many things that we cannot do ourselves, so we will use the Juanshan conference as a channel to ask for help from our friends. When our friends are in trouble, we will also help. Very equal, isn't it? The Juanshan conference is nothing more than a gathering between friends. The Juanshan conference does not have a strict and complete organizational structure. There are no definite goals, and there are no wishes that everyone wants to achieve. Lin Ruofu finally concluded, so, in terms of pure destructive power, because the Juanshan conference is loose, it is not powerful. At least, it is not as useful as the Overwatch Council under the old cripple. Fan Xian was a bit confused. Since it was so, why did his father-in-law want him to be wary of the eldest Princess Juanshan conference? Lin Ruofu smiled slightly and said, in the end, Chen Pingping was pressuring Yunrui. You also seem to be pressuring, am I right? Fan Xian had to admire the other party's political sense and nodded his head. But, you and the old cripple both seem to have made a mistake, Lin Ruofu said quietly. Lin Ruofu quietly said, you always think that by forcing the eldest princess and the second prince to jump up and stand against the emperor, you can easily obtain victory in the entire battle. Is that not the case? Fan Xian furrowed his brows. The Qing kingdom was the most powerful country in the world. Although the Qing emperor had been silent for a dozen years, the history of the past had long proven that the Qing emperor's methods were not something anyone could stand against. Because you underestimated Yunrui and the Juanshan conference, if you allow this situation to continue and she truly goes crazy, who knows what the consequences will be. Lin Ruofu said this with a smile. He was talking about the eldest princess who had been entangled with him for many years and had even given him a cute daughter. Isn't the Juanshan conference very loose? How can it compare to the power of a powerful country? The Juanshan conference is like a ball bouncing around in the room. Once someone wants to press it down, the power of the rebound will be concentrated, Lin Ruofu said with a glimmer of worry on his face. Lin Ruofu said with a hint of worry on his face, especially during this year, with you and the old cripple skillfully weaving, Yunrui seems to have no way out. If at this time, the Juanshan conference suddenly discovers an abnormally powerful opponent, the loose will become tight and the hidden power will burst forth. This is the same logic as people, when you discover a long-desired goal, any kind of risk is worth taking. Fan Xian listened to these words and a glimmer of coldness rose in his heart. Although he had created and hoped for this situation, he was still shocked by his father-in-law's words. If, other than Yi Luyun, the Juanshan conference also had connections with Dong Yi and many other helpers, then their power had long surpassed the limits of the country and stood above the world. To have the right to turn the loose fellowship into a barrel of gunpowder, in the entire world, only the Qing emperor had this right. Will Sigejian also act? Fan Xian couldn't resist shaking his head. Lin Ruofu gazed at him with a slight smile. If Yunrui is not crazy, she would not make such an arrangement. If she is truly forced into a corner by the emperor and you, who can say for sure? The emperor's safety concerns the power of the world. If he dies, there are too many people who can benefit. The previous prime minister said seriously, other than you and me, the subjects of the Qing kingdom. If the Qing emperor died, northern Qi would be the happiest. Dong Yi would also set off firecrackers, and the Qing kingdom would probably immediately face endless disasters. Lin Ruofu finally said, for such a great goal, the enemies of the Qing kingdom will all unite. Earlier you said Sigejian, why don't you say Ku He? Fan Xian's mouth tasted bitter. He didn't want to continue this conversation. Lin Ruofu smiled coldly and said, Juanshan conference. Not a member of the Juanshan conference, as long as they are willing, they can join at any time. Yunrui is the middleman to make connections. This is what she is best at. Fan Xian understood this point. The eldest princess and the Northern Qi Empress Dowager had a good personal relationship. Furthermore, they had always been in cahoots with Dongyi. He couldn't resist smiling bitterly and said, "Everyone comes from all over the world for a common goal, He suddenly furrowed his brows and said, "If we can guess it, the emperor must also be able to guess it. Why doesn't he strike first to gain the upper hand?" The room was silent for a long time before Lin Ruofu gently said, "Earlier we were talking about Yunrui's matter. Although she is crazy, I have, after all, known her for 20 years. Naturally, I can guess what she will do. But the emperor..." Lin Ruofu couldn't resist showing a glimmer of admiration. "Although he once betrayed me, I have to say that no one knows what he is thinking in his heart. Perhaps, he is waiting for that day. Perhaps he is arrogant to the point of being a moron," Fan Xian thought inexplicably. "Then what should I do?" Lin Ruofu asked in a quiet voice. "Didn't you originally plan to be a spectator? However, if the matter reaches a certain level, whether you are willing or not, you will still have to go on stage and act. At this moment, no matter what angle you look at it from, you must stand firmly on the emperor's side." Fan Xian thought to himself that this was nonsense. Even if he wanted to stand on his mother-in-law's side, after being scared by this father-in-law, how could he have the courage to play with a madman? "I'm sick, very sick. Going to sleep. If I feel these chapters are a bit rough, please forgive me. I can't hold on much longer. If you want to know what happens next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. There are more chapters. Support the author and support the original reading." Chapter 416. Ever since he was in Suzhou, Fan Xian had been looking forward to the trip to Wuzhou. He knew that although the old prime minister in front of him had been quiet this year as if he had disappeared from the world, that was only an attitude he purposely put on to prevent the emperor from being wary. Of course, when the false became the true became false. After putting on this attitude for a long time, this feeling would often seep into the bones. Fan Xian admired his father-in-law's courage to give up and gain. He could not stay in court for long, so he left lightly. There was no need to discuss any conditions in detail. In any case, he had left behind a tail like Fan Xian in the capital and given the emperor enough face. Naturally, the court would give the honorably retired former prime minister some face. This kind of political wisdom made Fan Xian trust his father-in-law's judgment. Although he felt a chill and a faint excitement after hearing these words, he sank into deep thought most of the time, preparing to deal with the storm that was about to arrive. The storm was difficult to calm. Although he had a hand in stirring up the waves, it seemed that Fan Xian had thought too little of the influence of this matter. He understood the eldest princess' thoughts but was unable to immediately grasp the emperor's thoughts. In the end, Fan Xian still had his own advantages. For him, the person who knew most of the secrets in this world was that old cripple. The person who knew some of the secrets was his father. The person who knew some of the secrets was his father-in-law. These three people were the three most capable subordinates of the Qing emperor in the 5 years after the new policies of the Qing calendar, the three capable officials of the Qing court. Fan Xian remembered clearly that before he came to Jingdou from Danzhou, his father and Chen Pingping were like strangers. They had basically never spoken. Prime Minister Lin and Chen Pingping were the two biggest opposites in court. Accurately speaking, it was never possible for this triangle to communicate with each other. All of this, following Fan Xian's arrival in the capital and his marriage to Wan Er, became a posture in the pile of old papers. At that time, other than the Qing emperor, there was another lucky person like Fan Xian who could gather the resources of the three elders and share information from all three sides. For Fan Xian, the present him could see even more clearly than these three elders. However, this kind of luck, or perhaps strength, could not be placed on an official. Thus, no matter what, one person in this triangle had to step down. Prime Minister Lin Ruofu became the first sacrifice because he and the emperor were not childhood friends. Occasionally, Fan Xian would ask himself, and only then did he realize that his coming out of retirement had indeed brought great harm to the Lin clan. Of course, it was impossible for the emperor to stop here. Thus, at the end of spring, the Jingdo Court Conference investigated the Ministry of Revenue. Fan Xian woke from his thoughts and couldn't resist shaking his head. There were clearly still so many problems in the court, yet the emperor had rushed to kill the dog first. However, the prey had not been killed yet. What was going on? Where did the emperor's confidence come from? I won't ask about Jiangnan. Lin Ruofu interrupted his thoughts and slowly said, I believe in your ability. Although, on the surface, this trip to Jiangnan seems a bit overboard, presumably you have a backup plan, only, you have to return to the capital to report on your work at the end of the year. It's good to make some preparations, especially since you don't know when those people will make their move. Fan Xian thought for a bit and couldn't resist smiling. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Lin Ruofu also couldn't resist smiling. He looked with approval at the son-in-law in front of him. Looking at the steadiness and confidence that rose to the young man's face, he asked curiously, the emperor's confidence has past history to prove it. As for you, this confidence without a head or tail, where does it come from? Fan Xian thought for a bit and replied with a smile, I believe that my luck is the best in this world. Lin Ruofu was speechless and shook his head helplessly. A moment later, he said evenly, what do you think of Yuan Hongdao? Fan Xian was slightly startled. He knew that Yuan Hongdao was once a guest of the Prime Minister's manor and a good friend of Lin Ruofu's for decades. However, it seemed that after the matter of Prime Minister Lin stepping down, this person called Yuan Hongdao played a dishonorable role. Now, this person had already become the foremost strategist in Xinjiang. Without question, he had sold out his friend for glory. Fan Xian didn't understand why his father-in-law would suddenly mention this person. He furrowed his brows and thought about how his father-in-law didn't seem to think of a way to kill this person for revenge. He felt it was strange. Yuan Hongdao is a very powerful person and a very free and easy person, Lin Ruofu smiled slightly. I still don't understand why he would sell me out. Is he not one of the eldest princess people? Does Yunrui have this ability? Lin Ruofu sighed. I'm not sure either. It has already been a year since the matter happened. My hatred toward Hongdao has gradually lessened, so I still don't understand the true background of this matter. Ask him for me, Lin Ruofu said with a glimmer of coldness. Why? Fan Xian nodded his head solemnly. He thought to himself that this greeting would either be with a sword or a crossbow. Lin Ruofu looked at his expression and shook his head. In the future, if Jingdo is truly in chaos, perhaps he can help you. Fan Xian was slightly startled. He didn't understand the meaning of these words. Lin Ruofu sank into deep thought. He was also thinking about this question. Perhaps the old cripple in the garden outside Jingdo was feeling proud. Fan Xian and his group stayed in Wuzhou for a few more days. When he had some free time, he would ask his father-in-law in the study. For one, he wanted to know some of the old matters of the past. For another, he wanted to learn from him the tricks of court politics. Although he had lived 2 lives and had an innate advantage and rich life experience, in these areas, it was clear that there was an eternal traitor at his side. Naturally, he would not let it go. In the past, when he had gone to northern Qi as a diplomatic envoy, in the carriage, Fan Xian had also learned from Sir Xiaoen. This was Fan Xian's greatest strength. He could guarantee that he would meditate and train hard at 2 in the morning and would also seize every opportunity to learn life-saving skills. This kind of perseverance and determination was actually not in line with the laziness he displayed. In the conversations these days, Fan Xian had focused on studying the important points of the court, particularly the military, which he was most unfamiliar with. The Qin family and the Yi family, who had performed meritorious deeds since the founding of the country, increased his perceptual understanding. Fan Xian found it increasingly strange. For a family as loyal as the Yi family, how could they have anything to do with the eldest princess? But this question could only be buried in the depths of his heart. As for the Jiangnan matter, although Lin Ruofu didn't want to care, he still wrote a letter to the Jiangnan governor, Xueqing. As for the contents of the letter, Fan Xian was too lazy to care. Whether or not the governor would give the former prime minister face was another matter. What was important was that his father-in-law had analyzed Xueqing's personality for him. Xueqing was a close official of the emperor. He was a person who liked to perform meritorious deeds, and his thoughts were meticulous. This judgment made Fan Xian make up his mind. For this kind of official, the greatest hope was to become a famous official. Naturally, he would not step out and do those dirty things himself. In the future, he would use thunderous methods. As long as Xueqing could stay out of it and give him a large amount of fame afterward, he would cooperate in secret. The palace treasury's smuggling was still going on. The investigation on the sea route was still going on. The exploitation and weakening of the Ming family did not stop for a day. According to the news from Suzhou, Ming Qing was playing both sides but was unable to truly maintain contact with Taiping Money House. Without any other choice, he began to increase the amount of silver transferred from Zhaoshang Money House. Very good. Fan Xian thought to himself that as long as they passed that critical point, it would be time for the Ming family to be destroyed. Outside Wuzhou were all green mountains, so they blocked most of the blazing sunlight from the south. Additionally, the mountain wind was light and quiet, slightly brushing away the summer heat. It was truly the best place to pass the summer heat. Fan Xian and his group lived comfortably in Wuzhou. When they were far away from political matters, he would follow Warner and Dabao to wander around the surrounding mountains, hunt some game, find some small streams, roast frogs, and tell Warner stories about Linghu Guozi. There were also times when they spent the night in the mountains. At that time, the sky was filled with stars and was too beautiful to behold. The Magpie Bridge gradually closed, and the Milky Way went with the wind. Fan Xian held his wife in his arms and quietly teased her. In a loud voice, he looked at the stars at night. He didn't know whether the world would separate or unite. He only knew that the time of the cowherd and the weaver girl's year and day was coming. Far away from the troubles of the secular world, he was very happy. With great tacit understanding, the two of them did not bring up the matters of Suzhou, Jingdou, or any other place. They did not bring up Haitang, the eldest princess, or the emperor. They only occasionally talked about Ruoruo, who was currently cultivating in northern Qi, the game prepared by the Ting family in the Fan Manor outside Jingdou, and the delicious drumsticks from Dezhou. Heading west, the two of them pointed out mountains and asked about mountains. When they came across water, they went in. When they came across a deer, they took pity on it. When they came across a lone wolf, they were fierce. They walked by a stream beside a forest and lingered in the clouds by the cliff. This was a rare moment of quiet interaction after marriage. It was as if everything beside them no longer existed. There was only Fan Xian and Lin Warner. Wrong, there was still Dabao. However, Dabao's loveliness was that he was often quiet. This kind of life could not continue forever. If Fan Xian wanted to keep this kind of life, he had to leave the mountains again and walk into the world of mortals. Dabao is going to follow us. Fan Xian opened his eyes and asked curiously. Isn't it to send him to father-in-law's side to keep him company? Lin Ruofu lived alone in Wuzhou. Although there were countless disciples in the clan, there were not many who truly cared for him by his side. Wanner was going to follow Fan Xian. If De Bao also went with them, who would keep the old former prime minister company? Without a child, it was like having no children. Fan Xian could understand this kind of loneliness. Father insists, Lin Wanner said quietly. Wanner said quietly. After these days of careful nursing by Fan Xian, in addition to playing in the mountains, Wanner's body had indeed recovered for a long time. There was a healthy flush on her slightly moist cheeks, and the eyelashes on her large eyes fluttered slightly. Fan Xian smiled and gazed at her. Gently holding her hand, he said, "Both are fine." A number of days later, the completely black group of carriages left Wuzhou and slowly headed east. Along the way, they passed a number of small cities and large mountains before coming to a fork in the road. They had already entered the territory of Dongshan Road. This fork in the road led to the two provincial cities under Dongshan Road. To the east was Danzhou. To the north was Jiaozhou. Go to Danzhou and wait for me. I'm going to Jiaozhou to take care of some things. Fan Xian stood on the carriage and said evenly to Wanner in the carriage. At most, I'll be 10 days late. Of course, Wanner knew what he was going to do in Jiaozhou. She sighed in her heart, but she knew that with the emperor's orders, Fan Xian could not refuse. She could only pile a warm smile on her face that reassured both of them. Sticking out her tongue, she said, "Don't go pick up flowers and grass." Fan Xian smiled embarrassedly and bowed to the ground. "Don't worry, wife. I won't go pick flowers on the side of the road anymore." De Bao, sitting by Wanner's side, had been sitting with a wooden expression the entire time. Hearing these words, he suddenly interrupted, "There are flowers in the garden." Fan Xian was slightly angry. Wanner was slightly hateful. De Bao didn't know what had happened. The three of them parted for now. Turning from the fork in the road, they had traveled less than 3 li when Fan Xian crawled out of the carriage. Stretching, he asked the subordinate beside him, "Are you ready?" "Everything is ready, Commissioner." On the side of the mountain forest in the distance, one could faintly see a group of grave and stern black riders carrying a cold murderous aura waiting there. "Can't write more. Rest first. If you want to know what happens next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 417. Seriously ill, half of my face is swollen, I have a mild fever, and I'm dizzy all day. This chapter is a transitional chapter, so of course, there will be foreshadowing. I'm just worried that I'll forget the things I buried in the future, hee. Dongshan Road was one of the Qin Kingdom's 7 roads. It leaned toward the northeast. Heading north from Shao Mountain, one would plunge into the small vassal states that Dongyi secretly influenced. Passing through those cities, one would enter the border of northern Qi. Last year, when Fan Xian went to northern Qi as a diplomatic envoy, he had taken a different route, bypassing Cangzhou and entering via the North Sea, so he had not been to Sealy. Of course, he would not head north today. There was nothing in northern Qi that attracted him. Sitting on the horse and looking at the map in his hand, Fan Xian couldn't help but furrow his brows. Pointing to a corner of the map, he said, "So, Jiaozhou is still below Danzhou. What is this large blank space on it?" Beside him was the deputy commander of the Black Knights, surnamed Jing. Commander Jing still wore that silver mask on his face. Listening to his superior's words, he said in a low voice, "To the north of Danzhou is a large stretch of high mountains and dense forests. Very few people dare to enter, so when the map was drawn, there was only a blank space. To the north of this blank space is Dongyi, which faces the bay. Dongyi. Fan Xian sighed. He thought to himself that one day he would have to go and see. It was only now that he found out that Dongyi, the largest city in the world, was not far from Danzhou, where he had spent his childhood. However, Fan Xian was familiar with the mountains to the north of Danzhou. He knew that if he wanted to find a path from those places, it was basically impossible. Moreover, the geographical environment of this area was also very special. Along the coast were cliffs and precipices that stretched for hundreds of miles. Even birds would find it dangerous. If the people of Dongyi wanted to go to the Qin kingdom, they could only go around to the west of Shao Mountain or go by sea. Thinking of Dongyi's powerful sea navigation abilities, a glimmer of worry flashed through Fan Xian's eyes. Although the navy in this world could not affect the bigger picture, it still had the ability to carry out some harassment. What if Dongyi forcefully landed in Danzhou? Only now did Fan Xian finally understand why the emperor cared so much about this matter and wanted him to personally act. He also understood why, after the Quanzhou First Navy was disbanded, the court persisted in maintaining such a navy in the remote Jiaozhou. Jiaozhou was to the south of Danzhou. A powerful navy was stationed there to intimidate Dongyi's power on the sea. A cold smile rose involuntarily to the corners of Fan Xian's lips. Now, he knew that the Quanzhou navy, from a certain perspective, was like his mother's private army. The court's work was indeed watertight. "Old Jing, why don't you take off your mask?" He smiled at the Black Knight commander beside him, doing his best to make his tone gentler and not reveal the chill in the depths of his heart. Following Chen Pingping's strict orders, these 400 Black Knights had become Fan Xian's subordinates ever since he left for northern Qi. The 400 black-clothed, black-horned, black-faced riders had actually helped Fan Xian a lot, such as Shang Shanhu's rescue of Xiao An and the Juanshan conference in Jiangnan. However, the greatest benefit the Black Knights brought Fan Xian was not just these. Due to various reasons, Fan Xian had never been able to extend his hand into the military. The existence of the Black Knights was equivalent to his most powerful martial power. It could increase his power and also give him a bit more confidence when negotiating with others. In a situation where he had no military power, having the Black Knights under his command was a comforting thing. However, Fan Xian was not very close to this group of subordinates because the Black Knights could not enter a province or even go near a province. Fan Xian was also a person who loved to enjoy life, so he did not want to live in a military camp. Thus, there was not much time for conversation between his superiors and subordinates. This kind of unfamiliarity was impossible to get rid of in a short period of time. Fan Xian understood that if he truly wanted to do something in the future, he had to control this most powerful martial power under his command. He could not rely on Chen Pingping to control it. He could only rely on himself to have these 400 riders follow him wholeheartedly and subdue them from the depths of their hearts. Ever since he met up with the Black Knights at the crossroads, he had been trying to use the method he had used to subdue Wang Qinian and Deng Ziyu, as well as the strange deputy commander of the Black Knights who always wore a silver mask. Fan Xian smiled warmly and spoke candidly. He chatted and talked about trivial matters of the day, creating a warm and open atmosphere. Of course, he did not forget to reveal the steadiness and confidence that a person in a high position should have. However, the deputy commander Jing remained indifferent and was not moved at all. He replied straightforwardly, "I'm used to it." Thus, Fan Xian was a bit angry. He suddenly smiled slightly and said, "There are only two types of people who wear masks." Riding beside him on the horse, Commander Jing's body did not have any reaction. However, Fan Xian noticed that his hand holding the reins had tightened slightly. It looked like he was interested in this topic. He was probably curious to see how the famous Sir Fan Jr. would comment on the mask. Fan Xian said, "Either the face under the mask is too ugly, or it has been heavily injured and is unbearable to see people." Or, this face is too handsome, so handsome that it's like a girl's. Of course, I am not mocking myself with these words. The Black Knights go into battle to kill the enemy. The more savage the face, the easier it is to scare the enemy. Thus, the first reason does not exist. Fan Xian smiled and gazed at the silver mask flashing with a faint light. Looks like Commander Jing must be a rarely seen handsome man. Commander Jing paused and said a moment later, the commissioner is indeed impressive. Fan Xian chuckled. He thought that he had heard too many stories about the Prince of Lonling and Di Qing, so he could make a random guess. However, Commander Jing still did not take off his mask. It made Fan Xian very curious as to whether or not he had guessed correctly. I still don't know your name, Fan Xian said lightly. He couldn't be bothered to do this kind of political work anymore. Commander Jing's gaze became serious. He held the reins in his hand and said seriously, my surname is Jing, and my name is Wuming. Jing Wuming. How could Fan Xian not know the name of the most powerful martial commander under his command? He purposely pretended to be shocked and thought of the strange association he had when he first learned this person's name last year. If you are Jing Wuming, then wouldn't I be Shangguan Demonist's father? Hundreds of riders formed into a thin line and headed northeast in the quiet valley. Scouts had been sent out at a certain distance in all directions, so they shouldn't be able to reveal their whereabouts. Fan Xian and Commander Jing were in the middle and were slowly moving through the valley. At this moment, Fan Xian was smiling again because of the association he had made in the past. Commander Jing glanced at him curiously and then said, my surname is Jing. I don't have a name. I'm not called Wuming. A major figure of the 5th Bureau without a name. A Black Knight general without a name. Fan Xian opened his mouth slightly and couldn't resist sighing. He thought to himself, no wonder people feared the Overwatch Council like it was a demon. Under the influence of Chen Pingping, that old cripple, the entire structure of the Overwatch Council, the way the officials did things, and their backgrounds all carried a strange air. He knew this general would not lie to him and quietly said, it's better to have a name. Commander Jing was silent for a moment and then nodded. Sir, please bestow a name. Bestowing a name, for the person bestowing a name, was a very high honor. Fan Xian was shocked and didn't dare to believe his ears. Turning his head back to look at the sincerity in the general's calm gaze, he knew he was not joking. He slowly lowered his head and thought seriously for a long time before smiling slightly and saying, a single name, one Gu, with the courtesy name Jiwu. How about that? Commander Jing had once been a hero in the military. It was only because he had offended the nobility that Chen Pingping had fished him out and placed him in the Black Knights. He was someone with some knowledge. Hearing this name, he immediately understood Commissioner Fan's meaning and was very satisfied. He smiled and nodded his head. A beautiful curve rose to the corner of his lips under the silver mask. Thus, the man who had provoked his superior in the military, been sentenced to death, mysteriously disappeared, and remained nameless, using a silver mask to hide his face, finally had his own name many years after cutting off the first half of his life. He had also begun another part of his life. Jing Gu. Fan Xian smiled slightly amidst the clatter of the horse's hooves. Who exactly did you offend back then? Jing Gu didn't know if it was because he was not used to his new name or because he was shocked by the commissioner's sensitivity, but he didn't speak for a moment. After a long silence, he quietly said, the Qin family. Fan Xian sucked in a cold breath. He knew what kind of power the Qin family had in the military. Old Qin had always dominated the position of head of the Bureau of Military Affairs. Little Qin had now become the commander of the Jingdo garrison. Even when his father-in-law was in court, he had to be wary of the Qin family. So, this subordinate of his had offended the Qin family back then. Thinking of this, Fan Xian couldn't help but feel the greatest admiration and shock toward Qin Pingping. That old cripple was indeed daring enough to use an enemy of the Qin family. Furthermore, he had used him for so many years and allowed Jing Ge to reach the position of deputy commander of the Black Knights. My relationship with the Qin family is not bad, he said probingly. He thought to himself that as long as Jing Ge was willing to ask him for help, he could try to make up for the enmity of the past after he returned to the capital. Jing Ge smiled. The lips that were exposed outside the silver mask smiled happily. Thank you, sir. Jing Ge said these words sincerely. There's no need. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at him. It was as if he wanted to see what this silent and valiant subordinate was thinking. After a long time, he asked, "What exactly is the enmity between you and the Qin family?" Jing Ge was silent for a moment and then said in a heavy voice, "In the camp, I killed the eldest son of the Qin family." The eldest son of the Qin family. Qin Heng's elder brother. Fan Xian's expression did not change, but his heart grew cold. If the person Jing Ge had killed had lived until now, he would probably have long been one of the top generals in court. Such enmity, what exactly was Qin Pingping thinking? Why did he keep a ticking time bomb in the Overwatch Council? A few bird cries came from ahead. The silent Black Knights stopped in unison. It was not people, it was horses. This kind of riding skill was truly one of the best in the world. Probably only the Western Hu King's army had this ability. Dusk gradually approached. Fan Xian and Jing Ge rode forward and passed through the valley. Halfway up the mountain, they looked down at the city at the foot of the mountain. The city was not large. Inside, there were already lanterns lit like stars. This was Jiaozhou. Looking to the right, a stretch of ocean was turning from blue to pitch black in the dusky sky. Faintly, one could see a heavily guarded dock and dozens of warships, as well as eye-catching camps. That was the Jiaozhou Navy. Do as you please. Kill anyone who dares to enter the city. Fan Xian had already thrown Jing Ji's question to the back of his mind. Coldly and straightforwardly giving the order, he pulled on the reins and broke away from the main group of Black Knights. Without a single guard, he rode alone up the narrow mountain path toward Jiaozhou at the foot of the mountain. To be continued. If you want to know what happened afterwards, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 418. The Black Knights headed straight for Jiaozhou. In order to deceive people, the route they chose could not be the official road. No matter how confident Fan Xian was or how much confidence he had in the Black Knight's battle power, he could not have the extravagant hope that once chaos broke out, with just 400 riders, they would be able to forcefully suppress one of the three great navies of the Qin kingdom. Thus, he could only quietly enter the city and not shoot. Looking at the Jiaozhou city gate in the distance, Fan Xian dismounted his horse. Following the Overwatch Council methods he had learned from a young age, he found a quiet place and let the horse go. The horse was intelligent and seemed to understand its master's intentions. It did not linger and headed into the quiet valley. In a moment, it disappeared without a trace. It was not that Fan Xian was unwilling to kill the horse. The smell of blood was truly unnecessary. On the contrary, it would bring some trouble. After confirming that the horse would not reveal his whereabouts, he sat down under a tree and dug a small hole beside him. Taking off the clothes on his body, he buried them in the ground. Then, he took out the equipment on his body and did a careful inspection. He confirmed that the black dagger, the Third Bureau's new hidden crossbow, and the drugs and poisons that never left his body were all there. He smeared something on his face and unconsciously nodded his head. Shortly after, he sighed. Somewhat unsatisfied, he buried the emperor's sword Wang Qinian had given him into the hole. Fan Xian wondered to himself when he would be able to openly use this sword. By the time he left the large tree, the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, Sir Fan Jr., had already transformed into a normal young man. His face was still delicate and handsome. However, the space between his brows had widened slightly. The corners of his eyes had drooped slightly. He had lost some of his heroic spirit and gained a glimmer of sincerity. He was already a completely different person. Underneath the coarse cloth clothes, he was still wearing the tight-fitting black night clothes. Fortunately, the material was first-rate and breathable, so he did not feel very hot. Following the rarely traveled mountain path toward Jiaozhou, the sun had long sunk below the mountain behind him. A dusky twilight enveloped the surroundings. In the last moment before the Jiaozhou city gates closed, Fan Xian walked to the city gate and obediently handed over his travel permit. He then answered a few routine questions from the city gate soldiers and easily entered the city. The travel passes made by the Overwatch Council were not fakes, rather, they were the real thing. Naturally, no one would discover any problems. Furthermore, when Fan Xian answered the questions, although he was respectful, there was not a trace of panic. Jiaozhou was by the sea, and there were many people coming and going. The city guards had long become used to it, so they did not place much importance on it. Passing through the city gate, Fan Xian rubbed his eyes and smiled. Like a traveler who had come from afar, he used a curious gaze to examine the surrounding residences and scenery. However, he did not dare to be too leisurely. His footsteps did not slow, perfectly playing the role of an outsider busying himself with business. Jiaozhou was indeed different from other provincial cities. Although it was next to the sea, the commerce, or more accurately, the retail trade, was not developed. It was clearly the busiest main road through the city, but there were not many shops on either side. Even if there were some, they were half hidden. There were no signs, making it impossible for outsiders to see what kind of business was conducted inside. The entire city appeared solemn and calm. There was less of the smoke and fire of life, but there was more dignity. As Fan Xian walked, he paid attention to these details. He knew that this was because the Jiaozhou Navy was permanently stationed here. Jiaozhou was far from the central plain. It was truly a place where the mountains were high and the emperor was far. The navy itself had tens of thousands of soldiers. This power was truly terrifying. Compared to the enormous navy, the local power in Jiaozhou appeared insignificant. The highest official in Jiaozhou was just a Zhizhou. In front of the admiral of the navy, he still had to be well behaved. Furthermore, all of Jiaozhou's economic affairs were at the whim of the navy. The daily necessities of the navy's tens of thousands of soldiers, other than being allocated by the court, were requisitioned from nearby. Although it made the people of Jiaozhou angry, it also brought a kind of abnormal prosperity. At least they didn't have to worry about not being able to sell their food. It was because of these reasons that Jiaozhou was like an enormous navy logistics base. It was like a delicate maiden beside a large man. She could only accept it, but she could not make many complaints. With such an enormous entity as the navy at its side, Jiaozhou also carried a strong military aura. The best areas in the city had all been requisitioned by the military. The largest mansions were all lived in by the high-ranking officers of the navy. The best girls were all occupied by the navy. Although the court had a clear order that did not allow the garrisoned officers to live in neighboring provincial cities, everyone knew that this rule had long lost its use. Not only in Jiaozhou, but in all the provincial armies and even the border armies, as long as they had some power, they were not willing to live in miserable tents. Instead, they would buy houses and women in the provincial cities. The Black Knights were an exception among exceptions. Fan Xian raised his head to gaze at the brothel with red lanterns hanging high and couldn't resist smiling. In a place with so many hills, the brothel business would not be bad. However, he didn't know if the Navy soldiers would renege on their debts. However, according to the news from the council, although the Jiaozhou Navy was the emperor of Jiaozhou, they never ate the grass near their nest. In the past, they ate the grass on the sea to the south. Fan Xian lowered his head and walked quickly past a large manor. The manor took up a lot of space, with flying eaves and flying phoenixes. The door was painted red, and the walls were hidden among bamboo. It took up half a street and was even more arrogant than the mansions of the officials in Jingdou. Today, this large manor was like the distant brothel. It was hung with bright red lanterns and appeared to be in a festive mood. On the door was a painting of an immortal with a white beard. Looking at the appearance, it seemed that some important person was having a birthday celebration. What was at odds with this joyous atmosphere were the soldiers standing guard at the entrance of the manor. The soldiers' faces were dark, and the color of water rust could be faintly seen under their ears. Presumably, they were people who had lived on the sea for many years. These soldiers did not look sideways. Their faces were solemn as they vigilantly watched the people passing by in front of the manor. There were not many people who dared to stroll in front of the manor, so most of their mission was to check the guests. Although the guests, other than the superiors of the navy, were all officials of Jiaozhou, as well as a few wealthy merchants who could stand in public. There were even a few merchants from far away in Jiangnan. These soldiers still did not relax. They carefully checked the gift boxes to ensure that no one dared to bring a weapon in. Today was the emperor's birthday banquet, so they had to ensure that nothing went wrong. Other than the front door of the manor being heavily guarded, Fan Xian quietly circulated his xunqi. He had long heard that there should be a number of nails hidden in the secluded areas of the manor. He walked quickly past with his head down. A strange smile rose to the corners of his lips. He clearly saw the strength of the guard stationed at the corner of the street outside the manor. At the same time, he drew a map of the surrounding terrain and deeply imprinted it in his mind. In the past, he had only walked once in that enormous royal palace and remembered all the small paths clearly, much less such a large manor. Leaving behind the liveliness and the sounds of greetings behind him, he made the blinding red of the red lantern disappear into the darkness. Fan Xian pressed his lips together. His gaze, intentionally or otherwise, glanced at a spot under the wall by the street. He saw a familiar secret mark and turned to enter, walking all the way to the end of the alley. It was a dead alley. Fan Xian raised his head to look at the wall across from the dead alley and shook his head. Pushing off with the tip of his foot, his entire body rose lightly. Placing his palm on the top of the wall, he flipped over. Silently, Fan Xian, who was disguised as a commoner, once again disappeared into Jiaozhou. Behind the wall was a small courtyard. The place was not very quiet and secluded. One could faintly hear the sounds of the street a few rooms away. Although the house had 6 rooms in the front and back, it looked a bit old. It meant that although the people living here were not common people, their days were not very good. Fan Xian stepped onto the stone steps, pushed open the door, and walked straight to the main seat. Picking up the teapot beside him, he sniffed, poured himself a cup of tea, and drank it. From the side came the sound of panicked footsteps. The owner of the footsteps walked into the room and found a young man he did not recognize sitting there. He was about to ask questions when he saw the hand gesture made by the person's fingers. He couldn't help being surprised and happy. "Teacher, you've finally come." Fan Xian smiled and put down the teacup in his hand. Gazing at Ho Jichang's thin face, he couldn't resist saying, "You've come to Jiaozhou to be an official. I thought you would be able to take care of your shriveled body. How come you've become even thinner?" After Ho Jichang met with Yang Wanli on the Jiangnan levee, he had spared no effort to rush to Jiaozhou to take up his post. The journey had been tiring. In addition, he had to secretly investigate those shocking matters for Fan Xian, so the pressure on his mind was great. He had been in Jiaozhou for almost a month, but he had not made any progress. Deeply afraid that he would hinder his teacher's important matters, he had been unable to sleep for a number of nights. Presently, his eyes were sunken in, and his cheekbones were protruding. There was nothing of the free and easy appearance of the past Jingdou rainy day scholar. He smiled bitterly and self-mockingly said, "I don't have the ability to look at the affairs of the world with a smile, teacher." Fan Xian sighed. Although Ho Jichang's thoughts were the most meticulous and his actions were the most ruthless and daring of the 4 people under his tutelage, it could be seen that a scholar was, after all, still a scholar. Logically speaking, this matter should have been handled by the Overwatch Council. However, Fan Xian had arranged for Jichang to come. One reason was to shock the Jiaozhou officials. Another reason was because he had a selfish motive. After Jiaozhou fell into chaos, there would certainly be people who would be demoted and people who would receive merit. Such a great merit would certainly allow Jichang to receive an abnormal promotion. Fan Xian was still willing to leave this kind of benefit to his student. However, it could be considered the price for him to be shocked. After you arrived in Jiaozhou, were there any abnormalities? Fan Xian asked calmly. He did not ask about the matter of the Jiaozhou Navy smuggling because he knew that it was impossible for Ho Jichang to clearly understand the dirty matters in officialdom in such a short amount of time. Ho Jichang thought about it and said, "Everyone in the world knows that I am your student, so these officials are quite courteous to me. Even the generals in the Navy are very tactful. It is just that I don't know much. I've only heard some rumors." Fan Xian nodded. This was a situation he had long guessed. He thought for a bit and then said, "Admiral Chang Kuan is holding a birthday banquet today. Did he not invite you?" Ho Jichang paused and said, "I am only a minor official, but it should be to give you face. This admiral also gave me an invitation. However, you said you would arrive today, so I have been waiting at home. I haven't decided whether to go or not." "Go," Fan Xian said decisively. "You go first." For him to go first, the hidden meaning was that Fan Xian would go later. Ho Jichang furrowed his brows and said, "You are alone." "One person is enough," Fan Xian smiled slightly. "Chang Kuan is not Shaoan. He does not have the right for me to value him too much." Pausing, he then said, "Today is his birthday banquet. In the future, his family can give him birthday wishes and memorial services on this day. This will save a lot of trouble." Ho Jichang's heart jumped. He tasted bitterness in his mouth as he gazed in a daze at his teacher. He knew that Fan Xian was certainly going to kill someone at the birthday banquet. However, he didn't know how exactly his teacher was going to kill him under the protection of the valiant Jiaozhou Navy. Furthermore, a proper admiral of the Navy, a first-level official, could not just be assassinated. The emperor and teacher shouldn't make such a muddled mistake. If the birthday banquet became a battlefield, how would they deal with the aftermath? If you want to know what happens after, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 419. Why did they come to Jiaozhou and why did they have to deal with the Jiaozhou Navy? In reality, the origin of all of this was because of that little island on the East Sea, that little island that had been bathed in blood. The pirates on the island were a private army raised by the Ming family. While the court was investigating, they were all killed. Fortunately, a secret agent of the Overwatch Council survived with great difficulty and reported the scene of the bloodbath that night to the top. It was the Jiaozhou Navy. It could only be the Jiaozhou Navy. In the following months, the Overwatch Council increased the intensity of their investigation in Jiaozhou. Although they still had no way of grasping concrete evidence, the people in the upper echelons of the court who knew the truth were certain that the Jiaozhou Navy was the hand of the Northern Empress of the Ming family, the hand of the Juanshan Conference, and the hand raised by the eldest princess. No matter how much the Qing Emperor could endure, he could not tolerate such a thing happening. Thus, he sent a secret letter to Fan Xian and ordered him to handle this matter. As for how to handle it, he did not give him a concrete plan. Thus, Fan Xian had a headache. He had no evidence in his hands and had to bring the Jiaozhou Navy back into the range of the court's control. What exactly should he do? The navy was not the Ming family, the Cui family, or the second prince. It was a truly powerful martial force. If he did not handle it well, it would cause an uproar and weapons would rise. Regardless of whether or not the court could suppress it in the end, he would still get into big trouble. He also knew that in the Ming family's smuggling business, the Jiaozhou Navy certainly played an important role, particularly on the route to Dongyi. Without the protection and escort of the Jiaozhou Navy, these dozen years would certainly not have gone so smoothly. The role the Jiaozhou Navy played in the sea smuggling route was similar to the role Fan Xian's Overwatch Council and Wei Hua's Northern Qi Brocade Guard played in the mainland smuggling route. However, on that island, the navy had killed too many people. Ho Jichang had already gone to the birthday banquet. There was only the disguised Fan Xian left in the little courtyard. Ho Jichang had come under orders to investigate the matter of the Jiaozhou Navy smuggling. Unfortunately, there had been no progress. He had to do many things in the dark, so it was not convenient for him to hire too many servants. Thus, the little courtyard was completely silent. Without lighting a lamp, Fan Xian thought calmly in the darkness, sorting out his plan line by line. As he thought and thought, he couldn't help smiling bitterly. In a moment, the things he would do in a moment would certainly be childish in terms of politics. In terms of style, it would be rude and unreasonable. However, the emperor had given him full authority to handle this matter. It could be seen how much the emperor cared. He had been forced to Jiaozhou, what could he do? If they followed the normal path of investigation and separate questioning, the navy generals were not idiots. They would not admit to such a crime that could result in their families being wiped out. Furthermore, once the military and the Overwatch Council confronted each other, the military could easily slide in the direction of the explosion. Once there was a mutiny, tens of thousands of Navy soldiers would surround Jiaozhou. How could Fan Xian and his subordinates survive? Thus, he could only take the risk. Coincidentally, today was the birthday of the Admiral of the Navy, Chang Kuan. All of the high-ranking Navy generals had gathered in Jiaozhou and were far away from the soldiers they controlled. Although the Jiaozhou Navy still had tens of thousands of people, there were only a few generals left to guard. Once they moved, it would be difficult to communicate between inside and outside the city. The Navy's reaction would also be a few beats slower. Fan Xian could also use this opportunity to wipe out all of the generals at the birthday banquet in one fell swoop. His appetite had always been this big. However, even Ho Jichang was curious as to where Fan Xian's confidence came from. He was only one person. Admiral Chang Kuan looked at the table full of guests with a face full of smiles. However, this smile carried a bit of reservation and a bit of arrogance. He was smiling because he was in a good mood. He had lived for more than 40 years. Everything had been smooth sailing, and he held a high position. All of the officials and wealthy merchants in and out of the city had come to flatter him. Even the important figures far away in Jiangnan had all sent gifts. If he didn't smile, how could he express this pride? The reason he couldn't laugh to his heart's content was because of his position. As the highest military official in Jiaozhou, the local emperor in name and in reality, each of his words and actions affected hundreds of thousands of people. He had to be careful and put on a dignified and solemn appearance. Could he take in another 100,000 liang of silver from this banquet today? The admiral calculated in his heart and raised his cup in invitation to drink. All of the nobles at the table below stood up and raised their cups in greeting, praising endlessly. Chang Kuen's gaze flickered to the table in the corner to his right. Looking at the indifferent expression on the official's face, he felt very unhappy. That official had been in Jiaozhou for a while, but not only had he not come to show his respect, he had not even done a formal greeting. However, Chang Kuen still tolerated it and had even invited him to the birthday banquet. All of this was because the official's background made him very afraid. Ho Jichang, Jiaozhou's Jianli and provincial judge, was only a 7th-level minor official. However, Ho Jichang's background was too deep. Everyone under heaven knew that he was one of Fan Xian's 4 disciples. After last year's spring examination, he was ranked 3rd. Even though Chang Kuen was a 1st-level military official, he still had to give the Fan matter some face. Furthermore, because of the Jiangnan matter, Chang Kuen had always been wary of the Overwatch Council. The fear in the depths of his heart could not be eliminated. He didn't know why Sir Fan Jr. would arrange for his student to come to such a remote Jiaozhou. Was the Overwatch Council truly suspicious of the Jiaozhou Navy? However, the Ming family shouldn't have leaked any information. The old matriarch was also already dead, so no one should be able to obtain evidence. At his own birthday banquet, Chang Kuen held his wine cup, but his thoughts floated to another place. There was no one left alive on that island. The people who had acted were all his trusted generals. Those soldiers were locked up in tents every day, so there shouldn't be any problems. Seeing the admiral holding his wine cup in a daze, the guests at the table below looked at each other, unsure of what had happened. Chang Kuen came to his senses and smiled self-mockingly. His wives and children were all in Jingdou. He didn't know how they were doing. As for the Jiaozhou matter, even if the court heard some rumors, what could they do to him? The Overwatch Council did not have concrete evidence, so they did not dare to touch a military boss like him. After thinking clearly about the cause and effect, reassessing the situation, and confirming his own safety, the large stone that had been pressing down on Chang Kuen's heart finally lightened. He nodded to the person beside him and agreed to call in the dancers to liven things up. Looking at the calm Ho Jichang below the table, Chang Kuen still felt a bit uncomfortable. He gently coughed and felt his stomach bulge. He said a few words to his subordinates and went to the latrine in the back of the courtyard. Fan Xian left Ho Jichang's home and walked to the bustling back wall of the admiral's manor, carefully hiding his figure. Just like how there were rarely any patrolling soldiers on the high walls of the royal palace, there were not many people watching the back wall of the admiral's manor. Borrowing the cover of the clouds in the summer night, Fan Xian gently exhaled a mouthful of murky air. Circulating the Jinqi in his body, his hand steadily pressed against the gray-painted wall. With a slight push, he confirmed that the thin layer of Jinqi flowing out of his palms could still perform the same function as on the cliff in Danzhou. After the tyrannical Jinqi in his body exploded, it was fortunate that Hai Tang had helped heal him. However, he was still worried that his best Spider-Man ability would be lost following the slight change in the way the Jinqi circulated in his body. Fortunately, it was still there. Like a ghost, Fan Xian silently flipped over the high walls of the admiral's manor and slid into the grass in the courtyard. Very easily, he knocked out the 2 guards behind him and then walked to the kitchen. From his clothes, he took out the Overwatch Council's special poison injection tool. Using the thin needle at the front of the tube, he poured the prepared knockout drug into a sealed wine urn. To the side was an unsealed wine urn. Fan Xian thought for a bit and then scooped up a mouthful to drink. He felt that the taste of the wine was indeed not bad. The Jiaozhou Navy's enjoyment was indeed not something that could be supported by military pay. Before leaving, he casually tossed in a pill. Fan Xian stood in the darkness and looked at the distant soldiers outside the room. He couldn't resist smiling. Chang Kun, that bastard, was indeed afraid of death. He needed people to stand guard outside when he went to the toilet. He climbed onto the roof from the back. Angrily, he pinched his nose and jumped down. The tips of his feet landed on the ground without a sound. He looked at the toilet and found that the Admiral's Mao Manor was also extravagant. It had 2 rooms. Unfortunately, the outer room did not have a toilet. Fan Xian undid his pants and began to urinate. The sound of water dripping rang out. Then, the Admiral squatting in the toilet was startled. Chang Kun's pants were halfway down. He was sitting on a chair. The chair was empty with a toilet under it. Although his appearance was a bit wretched, a eagle-like viciousness appeared in his eyes. There was someone outside. When he knew that someone could pass through the Admiral's Manor's layers of defense and come to his side while he was out, Chang Kun felt a chill in his heart. His first reaction was to yell, "Assassin!" However, he was a smart person, so he immediately shut his mouth tightly. If the person coming was an assassin, then he would not purposely make some noise to startle him. Since that person had the ability to quietly come to his side, then even if he called for the guards, they probably wouldn't be able to stop the other party's assassination. Thus, he didn't say anything. He only waited nervously, wanting to know the intentions of the ace outside. A clear and cold voice came from outside the compartment. "Why didn't you invite me for your birthday banquet?" A glimmer of viciousness flashed across Chang Kun's face. Shortly after, he smiled slightly and said, "May I know your name and where can I send the invitation?" The curtain to the compartment was lifted. Fan Xian pinched his nose with one hand and furrowed his brows. Looking at the old general's appearance, he said, "You are Chang Kun." Chang Kun was very embarrassed and angry. He was a first-level official of the Qin kingdom. When had he ever been questioned by someone under such circumstances? Furthermore, the tone of the other party's question was so condescending and frivolous. However, he knew that now was not the time to be unyielding. He could clearly feel the danger of the young man in front of him. He narrowed his eyes and said, "I am Chang Kun. Sir, may I wash my hands before we talk?" "Do you want to shout?" Fan Xian smiled and said, "Today, even if you shout until your throat breaks, it will be useless." Chang Kun's brows furrowed tightly and asked, "Who exactly are you?" "I am Fan Xian." Fan Xian put down the curtain and replied through it. Chang Kun's heart jumped. Both of his hands began to tremble. Fan Xian. Why would the commissioner of the Overwatch Council suddenly come to Jiaozhou? Why would he appear at his birthday banquet? Why would he appear in his own bathroom? Was it really that young murderous star outside? As Chang Kun messed around with it, he fastened his belt and said, "Who exactly are you?" After knowing the identity of the person who had come, Chang Kun knew that today's matter was troublesome. He was even beginning to smell the scent of losing his reputation. He forced himself to calm down. As he delayed, he calculated in his heart. "Meeting in the bathroom is not very comfortable," Fan Xian said quietly from outside the curtain. "However, in order to hide from others' eyes and ears, this is all I can do." Hide from others' eyes and ears. Naturally, there was another explanation. Chang Kun's heart calmed slightly, but he didn't lift the curtain and go out. Taking a deep breath, he said, "If it really is Commissioner Fan, what business do you have today? I want to make a deal with you." "What deal?" "A deal on the nameless island in the East Sea." The voice outside the curtain rose gently and drifted in sinisterly. It was like Chang Kun had been struck by lightning. His lips were dry. He couldn't even smell the foul stench in the room. Breathing rapidly, there was only one thought in his mind. The court indeed knew. The Overwatch Council was coming to deal with him. After all, he was not an idiot. He heard the hint of change in Fan Xian's words. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I don't understand what you're saying. You colluded with the Ming family and secretly ordered pirates to rob the palace treasury merchant ships. You also secretly took charge of smuggling northward toward Dongyi. That is what I want to talk about. Don't try to slander me." Chang Kuen's body was in the latrine pit. His heart was like a stone in the latrine pit. With a stern expression, he purposely raised his voice a little. He wanted to secretly notify his personal guards outside. Fan Xian seemed to not notice his little thoughts and laughed mockingly. "You know yourself if you're slandering me or not." Chang Kuen shouted sternly, "Bring out the evidence. Your Overwatch Council can forget about making me guilty. I am not some kind person. The Jiaozhou Navy is also not some sissy official in Jingdou. If you don't have concrete evidence and want to mess around, be careful that it won't end well." Although Fan Xian had a dark reputation, Chang Kuen had tens of thousands of iron-blooded men under his command, so he was indeed not afraid of him. "It doesn't matter whether I believe your crimes or not. It also doesn't matter whether the people and officials of the world believe it or not." Fan Xian's voice carried a glimmer of coldness outside the curtain. "What is important is that the emperor believes your crimes. Otherwise, why would he have me come to Jiaozhou to investigate?" Chang Kuen's heart began to beat violently. He was struck down by Fan Xian's words. As long as the emperor believed there was a problem with the Jiaozhou Navy, then given the emperor's methods, even if he didn't use the laws of the country to punish him, he still had ways to make his life a living hell. Chang Kuen was also an old general who had followed the Qing emperor on 3 northern expeditions. In the depths of his heart, his worship and fear of the Qing emperor could never be wiped away. Fan Xian continued to attack from outside the curtain. "In this world, there are not many people who can save you, other than me." Chang Kuen slumped back into the chair. His eyes narrowed slightly as they spun rapidly. A moment later, he sighed and said, "Commissioner, what exactly do you want?" Chang Kuen was the admiral of the navy, a first-level official. Although Fan Xian's power did not belong to a third person, the commissioner of the Overwatch Council was an official with no rank or rank. Thus, in the beginning of the conversation in the bathroom, Chang Kuen had held on to this point and refused to lose any ground in terms of aura. However, at this moment, he began to refer to Fan Xian as commissioner. Naturally, the defenses in his heart began to loosen. After a long silence, Fan Xian asked in a quiet voice from outside the curtain, "I've always had a great doubt. Your relationship with the Yi family is not that deep. Your relationship with Yan Xiaoyi is also not very good. Even in past history, you have no connection to the eldest princess. Although your position is high and your power is strong, in the Juanshan conference, you can only play the role of a worker. Thus, I am very curious as to who your true master is, who would order you to move the court's army to help the Ming family and secretly communicate with Dongyi." Chang Kuen closed his mouth. His face was dark and ruthless, and he refused to answer. What Fan Xian said was indeed what the Jiaozhou Navy had done these years. However, no matter what, he would not answer. Once these crimes were confirmed, never mind Fan Xian, even the Empress Dowager would not be able to protect the lives of his entire family. "I won't tell the higher-ups," Fan Xian smiled slightly and said. "Under these circumstances, you can only trust me. I am truly just curious. Whether you die or not, whether your entire family will be buried with you, is of no benefit to me." Chang Kuen still could not say it. He smiled coldly and gritted his teeth. "Am I an idiot? Commissioner, what does these things have to do with our Jiaozhou Navy? If you have evidence, you can take the Emperor's sword and capture me on the spot in the tent." The Navy's 10,000 soldiers wouldn't even dare to fart, but, if you don't have evidence, then don't block me in this smelly place to chat. He said sinisterly, Sir Fan Jr., today is my birthday banquet. If you are willing to give me some face, we can drink a cup or two at the banquet. As for chatting, that's fine. When your Overwatch Council has evidence, it won't be too late to come find me then. Fan Xian sighed outside the curtain. Chong Kun narrowed his eyes behind the curtain. Fan Xian sighed and said, yes, the Emperor is a first-level official. Even the Overwatch Council cannot question you without a special edict. As for evidence, you've killed them all. Even if there were 1 or 2 survivors, it would not be enough to remove you, a military elder. As for the Ming family, the old Ming matriarch who knows of your relationship with them has unfortunately died. You're right. Looking at it, I indeed do not have any evidence on hand. His voice appeared slightly distressed. The Emperor certainly does not wish for you to remain in the Jiaozhou Navy, but the resistance of the court to move you is too great. The Overwatch Council also does not have evidence. Tell me, how can I make you disappear from Jiaozhou? Chong Kun suddenly felt an absurd sense of danger. At the same time, he was shocked. Why had his personal attendants outside not charged in? Fan Xian finally sighed and said, since you are not willing to accept this deal, then I have no other choice. I can only choose the most direct and most absurd method. After saying this, Chong Kun's pupils constricted. It was as if he had seen a strange scene as he stared at the curtain in front of him. The green curtain was like a piece of flat soil, but a bamboo shoot suddenly grew out of it. The bamboo shoot was not green, but black. It moved the green curtain closer to his chest. Chong Kun panicked, angry, and dumbfounded, but he could not move. He could only watch this scene helplessly. He watched as the tip of the black dagger tore through the weak obstruction of the green curtain. With a hissing sound, it came in front of him and stabbed deeply into his chest. In the moment before he died, Chong Kun kept his eyes open. Countless questions and incomprehension flashed through his heart. Why did the Jinqi in his body suddenly flow so erratically? Why did his limbs feel numb? Why did the Overwatch Council dare to assassinate him? He was the admiral of the Jiaozhou Navy. He was the local emperor of Jiaozhou. He had 10,000 soldiers under his command. If he died an unnatural death, it would shock the world and cause chaos among his subordinates. He was a first-level official of the court. How could the Overwatch Council dare to assassinate him? In the officialdom of Qing Kingdom, although the Overwatch Council was skilled in assassinations, under the powerful suppression of the Qing Emperor, they never used such methods on high-ranking officials. The Qing Emperor knew that once this precedent was set, the entire country would sink into chaos. That was why Chong Kun had remained calm in the latrine earlier and was not afraid. He had predicted that Fan Xian would not kill him without thinking. He didn't dare. But Chong Kun lowered his head to look at the black dagger in his chest. A wretched smile rose to the corners of his lips. Fan Xian pulled back the dagger and simply wiped away the blood on the green curtain. He stuck it back into his boots and looked at the blood-covered Admiral Chong Kun on the chair behind the curtain. He couldn't resist shaking his head. It was true that even the Qing Emperor would not dare to assassinate a military elder without any evidence. However, he was not the emperor. He had to rush back to Danzhou to see his grandmother. Where would he have the time to waste in a crappy place like Jiaozhou? I am gradually getting better. Thank you, everyone. The Jiaozhou operation has just begun. Naturally, I cannot rely on assassinations to conquer the world. However, Fan Xian is a bit lazy. I wish everyone a happy weekend. If you want to know what happens next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 420. Fan Xian carried Admiral Chang Kuen's body and swaggered out of the bathroom. In any case, he had the tyrannical Jinqi in his body and the support of the heart of Tianyi Dao. His strength was not much weaker than Jin Gang's, so he did not find it tiring. On the quiet ground outside the bathroom lay a few dead people. They were the bodyguards Chang Kuen had wanted to call for earlier to save his life. Presumably, these dead people's martial skills were also very high. However, lying on the ground at this moment, they were also completely dead. Looking at the yawning shadow, Fan Xian threw the body in his hand over and scolded, killing an admiral in the admiral's manner. You still have to be careful. At the birthday banquet, established the underworld birthday, the shadow replied with great talent. Coldly, he said, you also know this matter has gotten out of hand. Although his mouth said it had gotten out of hand, not a trace of worry could be seen on his slightly pale face. As the true leader of the 6th Bureau of the Overwatch Council and the best assassin in the world, assassinating a Navy admiral was perhaps not enough to make the shadow too worried. Furthermore, given the shadow and Fan Xian's skills, even if someone discovered Chang Kuen had died a violent death, they had the ability to escape before the encirclement formed. After all, Fan Xian was also a professional assassin. The shadow grabbed the back of Chang Kuen's neck and lifted him like a puppet. He lowered his head and glanced at him. A strange light flashed through his eyes. He turned his head and asked, "Deal with it according to the plan." Fan Xian made a sound of acknowledgement and said with a smile, "No need. In any case, your family is long used to it. I will move faster, but be careful. Don't let anyone see." The place where the latrine was located was remote and covered by trees. The servants in the admiral's manor would rarely pay attention to this place, especially since it was already getting late. Without the illumination of candles, it was pitch black. No one knew what had happened. However, there would always be people in the bathroom. Fan Xian also knew that the shadow could not hide his tracks for too long. After he finished speaking, he pushed off with the tip of his foot and his entire body swept up like a wisp of smoke, floating toward the side of the courtyard wall. His finger pressed against the wall, and his entire body flipped out of the courtyard like a large bird, disappearing into the dark night. No one knew where he had gone. The rear garden of the admiral's manor was quiet. The faint sounds of drinking and merrymaking came from the front. The birthday banquet was bustling with activity. Presumably, a few of the dancers' clothes had fallen to the ground. No one had discovered that the admiral had been out for too long, and no one would have thought that the admiral had already died at this time. The admiral's manor and Ho Ji-chang's home were separated by about 2 streets. Going north in the middle of this straight line, after making 2 turns, there was a very unremarkable cloth shop. After Fan Xian quietly left the admiral's manor, he sprinted madly through the night. He turned and swept through the door. His fingers came together and made a hand gesture. At the same time, he took out the commissioner's token tied to his waist and flashed it. The lights in the room were not bright. It was obvious that they did not want to attract the attention of the patrolling soldiers outside. When the owner of the cloth shop saw Fan Xian, he was shocked at first. After confirming his identity, he immediately regained his calm. He lowered his head and asked, "Immediately?" "Right away." Fan Xian nodded. As he began to take off his clothes, he picked up the cup of tea and downed it. Even though his cultivation was very high, he still felt thirsty on such a hot day. After taking off his outer clothing, he asked, "How many people?" The owner of the cloth shop was busy taking out clothes and related items with him. Hearing his question, he replied in a low voice, 7 people. Fan Xian reached his hand into the robe he handed over and nodded. He didn't continue to say anything. This cloth shop was like the oil shop in Shangjing in northern Qi. They were both spies of the Overwatch Council. Of course, this was not the Jiaozhou branch of the Overwatch Council. The manner of the branch had long been revealed. Fan Xian wanted to catch the generals in the admiral's manor unprepared, so he had chosen this place. Very quickly, he dressed up and removed his disguise. Fan Xian didn't have to lift a finger. He allowed the owner of the cloth shop and his other subordinates to carefully and hurriedly tidy up his body. This made him feel a bit strange. It was like a male model changing clothes backstage. In just a moment, Fan Xian had already transformed back into the commissioner of the Overwatch Council. The black official robes on his body emanated a cold murderous aura, extinguishing much of the heat of the hot day. The owner of the cloth shop was the true head of the Overwatch Council in Jiaozhou. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but shake his head. Great confusion welled up in his heart. He knew the commissioner's flow of work tonight, so he increasingly didn't understand why the commissioner had taken the risk to enter the admiral's manor earlier and then, afterward, was busy changing clothes and openly going to the manor to question the case. Even the shadow, who was waiting for orders in the admiral's manor, didn't understand Fan Xian's thoughts. If it was to assassinate Chang Kuan, the shadow was enough. There was no need for Fan Xian to be so busy and even cut a sorry figure. In reality, all of this was because before Fan Xian killed Chang Kuan, he still had a glimmer of hope. He still felt it was strange. In his heart, he had a deep fear of the hand behind Chang Kuan's back. An enemy with an unknown name and unknown strength was the most terrifying. Pushing open the door of the cloth shop, Fan Xian walked out with his head held high and his chest out. The summer wind blew against the corners of his black official robes, making them whistle. Behind him, the people in the cloth shop also cleanly took off their hats and clothes, revealing the dull black Overwatch Council robes. They wore official hats on their heads and each held a few important items in their hands. The owner of the cloth shop held a bright yellow scroll in his hand. His disciple held a long sword in his arms. Just like this, a group of 8 people, in the Jiaozhou night, walked brightly and noisily out the door. Following the heavily guarded long street, perhaps bravely or perhaps recklessly, they walked toward the admiral's manor not far away. Other than the brothel still bustling with activity, other than the admiral's manor, Jiaozhou appeared somewhat quiet. For a strange group like Fan Xian's to suddenly appear in the quiet Chang Street, it immediately attracted the gazes of many people. Particularly since this place was not far from the admiral's manor, there were immediately soldiers hidden in the dark who walked out and stopped this group of people, preparing to question them. The ones who maintained Jiaozhou's order should have been the provincial soldiers. However, because the enormous navy was at the side, the navy soldiers were like half the masters in the city and gradually stole the position of the provincial soldiers. These soldiers had always been arrogant and tyrannical. Today, they were responsible for the defense of the admiral's manor. They could only listen to the singing and dancing inside and smell the fragrance of wine and meat. Yet, they had to endure in the hot night. They were not in a good mood, so when they came out to investigate, their tone was not very gentle. "Stop right there. Who are you? Why are you still on the street in the middle of the night?" The questioning voices of the Navy soldiers suddenly stopped because the young man at the head of the strange group on the Chang Street smiled at him. This young man's face was handsome and his smile was gentle. However, it was this gentle smile that seemed to carry a dignity and pressure that could not be looked at directly. The leader was a junior officer. Looking at this group of people, he felt it was increasingly strange. Wearing all black in the night, he unconsciously tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife. Unexpectedly, the strange group of people did not even look at him. They treated the weapons in the hands of the dozen soldiers like they were tree branches in the summer night. Their expressions did not change, and their smiles did not fade. Leisurely, they walked straight past them. The junior officer was angry. He pulled out his knife and moved to block in front of the other party. The knife broke as soon as it came out. With a crisp clang, the tip of the knife landed on the ground. By Fan Xian's side, the owner of the cloth clothing shop, who had already put on his official robes, pulled back the knife in his sleeve and took out his token. In a cold voice, he said, "The Overwatch Council is handling a case." The officer was shocked. Holding the broken knife in his hand, he was speechless for a moment. In reality, the relationship between the Overwatch Council and the military had always been good. The Overwatch Council rarely investigated the internal affairs of the military, so the Qing soldiers were not very afraid of the Overwatch Council. However, there were too many legends among the people. The terror of the council was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Officials were also soldiers, and soldiers were also commoners. Suddenly discovering that a group of ruthless Overwatch Council secret agents had walked past him and had even cut his knife in half, the official still couldn't help but feel afraid. By the time he reacted, he found that the Overwatch Council people had already walked onto the street in front of the Admiral's manor. The officer's heart tightened, but he didn't have time to notify his colleagues in the manor. His eyes spun around a few times. He still hadn't decided whether to immediately report to his superiors or leave the city to notify his brothers in the tent. Of course, the armed forces guarding outside the Admiral's manor were not just this small group of Navy officers and soldiers. The Navy officers in charge of security at the end of the street all discovered the strangeness here and immediately recognized the true identity of this group of black-clothed people. Overwatch Council secret agents. No one knew what the Overwatch Council people wanted to do. They were all part of the court, so the Navy soldiers could not immediately take out their weapons and chop them into minced meat. Furthermore, they knew that the Overwatch Council was a special agency directly under the Emperor. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts as they stared at Fan Xian and his group with eyes full of hostility. A group of Overwatch Council officials walked to the front door of the Admiral's manor under the watchful gazes of dozens of people on both sides of the street. Fan Xian pulled his official hat up and scratched his slightly itchy hair. He raised his head and glanced at the red lanterns outside the manor door and the pictures pasted on them. Smiling, he said to the Navy soldiers at the door, "The Overwatch Council is handling a case by imperial edict. Have your master come out to receive the edict." The 6 soldiers had been glaring like tigers. Suddenly hearing the words, "handling a case by imperial edict," they immediately lost their spirit. They looked at each other, and someone quickly ran into the manor to pass on the message. The rest of them quickly opened the front door and prepared to welcome the angel. Fan Xian was worried that the matter at the back of the Admiral's manor would be discovered, so he did not pay attention to these rules. Raising his foot, he stepped over the high threshold of the Admiral's manor and directly charged in. The Navy soldiers looked at each other in the back, thinking, how could there be such an arrogant person in this world? Even if you are an official of the Overwatch Council, even if you have an imperial edict, you are not here to search the property. How dare you charge in like this? The Overwatch Council people charged in, so Chang Kuen's soldiers did not dare to slight them. They followed in and took up their own advantageous positions. They stared at Fan Xian and his group warily. Although they did not think they would fight in a moment, they had to suppress the other party's aura. Fan Xian did not seem to feel anything. He quickly walked to the door of the main hall and pushed it open to enter. With a glance, he saw that the soldier who had entered earlier to pass on the message could not find Admiral Chang Kuen, so he could only say something in the ear of a deputy general. The music in the hall was still playing. Singing and dancing celebrated peace. Through the wide open door, the sound traveled into the night of Jiaozhou. Fan Xian stood at the door and looked at this lively scene with cold eyes. He knew that Chang Kuen's death had not been discovered. His heart was slightly at ease. His expression grew colder. With a cold smile, he said, "Everyone is in a good mood." There was a sudden silence in the hall. Everyone was startled by this uninvited guest. A few of the rash generals of the Jiaozhou Navy had already drunk too much. Abruptly, they heard the moaning by their ears disappear. Focusing their eyes, they saw the beauty in their arms looking with a glimmer of fear outside the hall. Involuntarily, they turned their heads and found the black-clothed people. A general abruptly rose, thinking, "Who the F***ck dares to disturb me drinking wine?" He was about to open his mouth and curse. A few of the Jiaozhou government officials' hearts jumped. In the blink of an eye, they recognized the true identity of the black-clothed people standing outside the door. Although the Overwatch Council's official robes were not eye-catching, they were too eye-catching. Ho Ji-chang, who was sitting at the end of the table, only smiled warmly as he drank and chatted quietly with the prostitute beside him. His eyes didn't even glance in their direction. On the other side, the Navy general who had been preparing to open his mouth and curse forcefully swallowed his profanity back into his stomach. He looked at Fan Xian at the door with dissatisfaction and silently cursed his bad luck. He wondered why these black dogs of the Overwatch Council had suddenly come. A middle-aged man sitting at the side of the main seat slowly rose and said with a smile toward the center of the hall door, "Why have you come tonight?" Fan Xian glanced at this person and knew that he was an important figure in the Jiaozhou Navy, one of Chang Kuan's right-hand men, famed for his intelligence, Dang Xiaobo. The owner of the cloth shop beside Fan Xian coldly said, "The Overwatch Council is investigating a case." "Where is the Admiral of the Navy, Chang Kuan?" There was a great clamor in the hall. Everyone had confirmed the guesses in their hearts. They became increasingly nervous and wary, particularly the officials on the Jiaozhou Navy side. Their eyes were spinning, and no one knew what they were calculating. At this moment, only the Jiaozhou Zhizhou sitting at the top could come out and speak. This half-century-old man coughed and arrogantly said, "Sir, today is Admiral Chang's birthday. What business cannot be discussed tomorrow? I am busy, please don't talk too much nonsense." Fan Xian swept his gaze across the hall. The Jiaozhou Zhizhou was slightly angry. He thought that there were at least 5 or 6 upper-level officials sitting in the hall. Even the Overwatch Council could not be so impudent. Holding back his anger, he said, "May I ask for your official title and name?" Fan Xian smiled and said, "I am the current commissioner of the Overwatch Council. My surname is Fan, my name is Xian, and my courtesy name is Enji. I haven't recovered from my illness. I was wrong yesterday, and I'm being punished today. I feel terrible, and I'm fainting." To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. There are more chapters. Chapter 421. Not surprisingly, the Admiral's manner, which had already become incomparably quiet, became even quieter. All the officials stared dumbfoundedly at Fan Xian in the doorway. The Navy generals unconsciously pressed their lips together and smelled the impending storm. The entire place sank into a strange silence and hidden atmosphere of confrontation. In the depths of the confrontation was actually the general's fear. Everyone under heaven knew Fan Xian's identity and what the Overwatch Council did. For the commissioner of the Overwatch Council to receive an edict to go to the remote Navy commandery to investigate a case, even if one used their buttocks to think, it was not a small matter. The Navy generals hid the worry in their eyes and quietly glanced at each other. They were all guessing, perhaps something had happened on the East Sea. Different from these generals and officials, the eyes of the dancers and courtesans who had been yelled to the side lit up as they stared at Fan Xian's handsome face. First, it was not easy to see a godlike figure like Sir Fan Jr. Second, everyone knew that Sir Fan Jr. was a leading figure in his line of work. If they caught the eye of this important figure, their days in the future would be beautiful. However, the girls were not idiots. Feeling the strange atmosphere in the hall, they knew there was no chance to use the honey trap today. After the generals and officials paused for a moment, they finally came to their senses. In the absence of Admiral Chang, the Deputy Admiral of the Navy, Deng Xiaobo, had become the representative of the Navy. He smiled slightly and rose to welcome him. Standing side by side with the Jiaozhou Zhizhou, he bowed to Fan Xian. All of the officials and generals did not dare to sit in their seats anymore. They stood up with some fear and bowed to Fan Xian in greeting. "Greetings, Commissioner." "Greetings, Imperial Envoy." Because civil and military were different and their thoughts were different, the Navy and the Jiaozhou government also addressed Fan Xian differently. "Pass." Fan Xian's chin moved slightly and he nodded his head in acknowledgement. His gaze did not waver as he walked forward under the protection of the officials. He then sat down on the chair that had belonged to Admiral Chang Kuan. The 8 Overwatch Council officials behind him also followed and stood behind him. Their hands gripped the hilts of their knives as they stared fiercely at all the officials in the hall. It was a little arrogant, but he had the qualifications. Deng Xiaobo saw this major figure's attitude and his expression was slightly unhappy, but he was secretly happy in his heart. This kind of domineering person was much easier to deal with. It looked like the rumors of Sir Fan Jr.'s sinister and deep secrets were not all true. He coughed lightly and raised his hands in a salute. "Greetings, Commissioner. What case have you come to Jiaozhou to deal with this time?" "You are the Vice Admiral of the Navy. Even if the Academy needs manpower to handle a case, we can't ask you to transfer it." He turned to the Jiaozhou Zhizhou and said, "Today, I am handling a case by imperial edict. I do not have enough people with me. I will have to trouble Sir Wu to transfer a battalion of the provincial army to me." The Jiaozhou Zhizhou's surname was Wu Gufei. He was one of the top 3 in the old government and had once passed through Prime Minister Lin and the Fan Manor. Suddenly hearing that Sir Fan Jr. knew what his surname was, his heart warmed. He felt his entire body was at ease. Smiling merrily, he replied, "Please give me your orders." Sir Wu had one good thing about him. He would certainly be greedy for silver that he should be greedy for, but he would not be greedy for thoughts that he did not dare to move. He was an honest and dutiful person. In a broken place like Jiaozhou, it was suppressed by the Navy in every aspect. Putting aside the fact that many government affairs were not coordinated, even if there were any great benefits, it would not be his turn. Wu Gufei had long wanted to transfer to another wealthy province. However, he did not have any powerful figures in Jingdou who could speak for him. Hearing the warmth in Sir Fan Jr.'s tone, he was so happy that he had long forgotten his mother's surname. He also forgot that if the Overwatch Council wanted to transfer troops, they needed the orders of the Council and the Bureau of Military Affairs. He directly said something to the advisor. The advisor accepted the order and left without hesitation. The Deputy General of the Navy, Deng Xiaobo, watched coldly from the side. He was slightly surprised. He thought to himself that the commissioner had just arrived in Jiaozhou and had not made clear what the score was, yet he wanted to borrow troops from Jiaozhou. What was he preparing to do? After thinking about it, he immediately calmed down. The local officials in Jiaozhou were weak. Even the provincial army was only a mere few hundred people. Furthermore, they had always been poorly trained. How could they be a match for the Navy soldiers? If the Overwatch Council was truly here to make trouble for the Jiaozhou Navy, Commissioner Fan would not have only brought 7 or 8 people in. He also would not have mobilized the provincial army in front of him. Thus, Deng Xiaobo was not very afraid. He was just a bit confused. What exactly did the Overwatch Council want to do today? Where is the Admiral? The Emperor has an edict. Why hasn't he come to receive it? Fan Xian furrowed his brows tightly and asked. Deng Xiaobo's expression became awkward. He also felt it was strange. There was such a big commotion outside, how could the admiral not have noticed? Even if he was playing with women in the back, he should have come out at this time. If they truly offended him, no one would have good days. He smiled bitterly and explained a bit to Fan Xian. With a glance, he had the admiral's personal soldiers enter the back garden to notify the admiral. Fan Xian watched this scene with cold eyes, but he was quietly calculating the time in his heart. After 3 breaths, a wretched cry rang out from the admiral's manor. The sound pierced through the quiet Jiaozhou night sky and traveled far. Everyone in the hall suddenly jumped. Without any time to say anything, they randomly pulled out their weapons from under the table and ran toward the back of the garden. Although no one dared to believe that something would happen in the Jiaozhou admiral's manor, that wretched cry was not fake. Deng Xiaobo's gaze was slightly strange. He didn't leave. He only stared strangely at Fan Xian. Fan Xian didn't even look at him. A sliver of heavy worry surged between his furrowed brows. Did I come too late? After saying this, he had already grabbed the screaming Jiaozhou Zhizhou Wu Gufei. His figure floated and he, along with the panicking navy generals, came to the back garden. There was a pool of blood in the back garden. 7 or 8 personal soldiers of the admiral's manor lay miserably in the blood. Some had their heads separated from their bodies, while others had ghastly bloody holes in their chests. Seeing this scene, the Jiaozhou civil officials couldn't help but feel their legs grow weak. The navy generals stared fixedly at a black-clothed man behind the pool of blood. Their expressions were incomparably agitated. It was as if they wanted to charge forward and tear the other party to pieces to eat. However, they were only anxious and angry. They didn't dare to make any strange movements. In the hands of the masked black-clothed man was the body of Admiral Chang Kuan of the Jiaozhou Navy. A stream of fresh blood slowly flowed down from Chang Kuan's body and dripped onto the ground. The head of the Jiaozhou emperor was lowered. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. Looking at the bodies in the garden and the unknown status of the admiral's body, the eyes of the navy generals were about to split open. Their eyes had long turned red. How could these valiant soldiers, who often killed on the sea, think that there would be an assassin who dared to assassinate them in Jiaozhou and kill so many of their brothers in front of so many of them? Put down the admiral. You be ****, put down the sword. The generals roared and surrounded the black-clothed man in the center. However, they were afraid to shoot at the rat for fear of harming the innocent. Naturally, no one moved. Fan Xian coldly put down the Jiaozhou Zhizhou Wu Gufei. Gazing at the black-clothed man in the field, he seemed to say to himself, as expected, he arrived earlier than me. After Deng Xiaobo recovered from his shock, he had already woken up. He deeply felt that there was something strange about this matter. Why would the commissioner of the Overwatch Council personally come to Jiaozhou? Why would he directly charge into the birthday banquet and not secretly investigate the case? Why did Fan Xian's expression earlier seem to indicate that he knew someone was coming to assassinate the admiral? Why did Fan Xian say that the other party had arrived earlier than him? The gears in his mind spun quickly. He knew that this matter had to do with the little island on the East Sea. However, he was not Chang Kuan. He did not know of the existence of the Juanshan Conference. He only faintly knew that his admiral was working for some organization. Thus, hearing Fan Xian's purposeful words, he couldn't help but sink into a wild imagination. Deng Xiaobo stared anxiously at the black-clothed man and the admiral in his hands. His temples burned with pain. He thought to himself, was it because the court wanted to investigate that organization, so that organization wanted to kill the admiral to silence him? Was that why Sir Fan Jr. had deigned to personally come? Otherwise, why would Fan Xian be so anxious earlier? However, this thought was not enough to move him. There was still a glimmer of doubt in his heart toward the Overwatch Council. At this moment, he couldn't resist sneaking a glance at Fan Xian. Fan Xian's brows were tightly furrowed as he looked at the black-clothed man behind the pool of blood. There was an unspeakable worry, as well as a sense of heaviness that could not be shaken off. "Don't come over. I'll kill whoever comes over," the black-clothed man said in a raspy voice. His words carried a glimmer of ruthlessness and confidence. The Admiral of the Navy was a major official. His life and death would certainly shake the court and affect all the people in the Jiaozhou Navy. Although the Navy generals in the garden were anxious, they did not dare to move. They were terrified that if the black-clothed man's hand shook slightly, Sir Chang's head would be cut off. The Navy soldiers outside the Admiral's manor had long surrounded them and occupied the highest points of the courtyard walls. They all drew their bows and waited, aiming at the black-clothed man in the garden. Surrounded by the army, how could the black-clothed man escape? However, no one gave the order to attack. The Navy generals did not dare to take on this responsibility. They glanced angrily and carefully at the Jiaozhou Zhizhou. At least nominally, this was an incident that happened in Jiaozhou, so it should be handled by the Jiaozhou Zhizhou. The Jiaozhou Zhizhou was startled by the heat of these fanatical gazes. He woke from his earlier fear and began to curse in his heart. He thought to himself, "You damn Navy, you usually look down on me. Now that something big has happened, you push me to the front to block the arrow. I won't do it." The Jiaozhou Zhizhou bit his lip. The person with the highest status in the garden was the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, Fan Xian, who had just barged into the birthday banquet. Thus, everyone stared anxiously at Fan Xian. The Navy generals were a bit afraid. Sir Fan Jr. was famous for not loving life and cared a lot about the face of the court. If he had the sailors fire the arrows, the admiral would not be able to survive. Fan Xian's brows were still tightly furrowed. He took a step forward and stared at the black-clothed man. "I don't care who you are. Assassinating an official of the court is a capital crime punishable by the extermination of one's family. I am Fan Xian. You should know my identity. Even if I let you go today, I can still find out who you are. Please believe me, as long as I know you are dead, your parents, your wife, your children, your friends, your childhood companions, your fellow villagers, and even the village woman who gave you a cup of water on the road. I will find them all." A warm smile rose to the corners of his lips. "Furthermore, I will kill them all." The scene was completely silent. One could only faintly hear the urgent breathing of the officials and the sound of the archers' fingers rubbing against the bowstrings on the courtyard walls. A Navy general was shocked. He thought to himself that the most important thing was to save the admiral. What consequences would Fan Xian's threats have? He was just about to open his mouth to say something when Deng Xiaobo furrowed his brows and signaled for him to shut up. Deng Xiaobo looked at Fan Xian's profile with a strange gaze. He knew that Fan Xian's words were an attack on his heart. Fan Xian gazed at the black-clothed man and slowly said, "Put down the admiral and tell me clearly who ordered you." "I will only kill you. You can also kill the admiral." "Then I will kill you, as well as those people you mentioned earlier." Fan Xian stared at him and said, "In this world, as long as there is a connection to you, I will kill them one by one." Deng Xiaobo's heart settled slightly. He knew that the commissioner's method was a method he had no other choice in a desperate situation. It all depended on whether or not the assassin's guard would relax. "Sir Fan Jr." The black-clothed man laughed hoarsely. "I really did not think you would come to Jiaozhou. I miscalculated a bit this time. It has nothing to do with me. Even if I wasn't here, you wouldn't have been able to escape, Fan Xian said coldly. It was I who did not think you would act so quickly. The black-clothed man paused and suddenly smiled coldly. Don't try to get information out of me. I only came to kill people. I don't know why I want to kill this admiral. Is that so? Fan Xian took a few steps forward and smiled slightly. What are your and Master Yun's names? Master Yun. Dongyi's great swordsman Yun Jilan. Sigurd Yen's first disciple? Everyone in the garden looked at each other. No one had thought of Fan Xian's words. The Navy generals were particularly shocked. The Jiaozhou Navy had always had an unclear relationship with Dongyi. Why would Dongyi do such a thing? However, to be able to break into the admiral's manor under the heavy guard and kill so many people not far from the main hall, it could only be a 9th-level assassin from Dongyi. The generals glared angrily at the black-clothed man. Because Fan Xian and the Overwatch Council people were beside them, they didn't dare curse. Deng Xiaobo still didn't believe the judgment in his subconscious. He still didn't believe that the black-clothed man was someone from Dongyi. As expected, the black-clothed man coldly said, I am not a person from Dongyi. Yun Jilan has nothing to do with me. As for that old dog Sigurd Jian, don't mention him in front of me. Even if he wanted to hide his identity, if he was truly a member of Dongyi's Sigurd Jian faction, he would not call Sigurd Jian an old dog in front of everyone. Hearing these words, everyone knew that Fan Xian's judgment was wrong. This black-clothed man had to have other origins. Fan Xian's brows furrowed even tighter. It was as if he had not expected the black-clothed man to not be someone from Dongyi. In a quiet and self-mocking voice, he said, looks like there are a lot of people competing with me for business. The black-clothed man said coldly in a raspy voice, open up a path and prepare 3 horses and 3 days' worth of food and water 3 li outside the city. Then I will release the person in my hands. How do I know if the person in your hands is dead or alive? Fan Xian's tone was colder than his. Clearly, he didn't care about Chang Kuen's life or death. The black-clothed man paused. Perhaps he knew he was no match for the Overwatch Council in terms of words and negotiations, so he just shut his mouth. You're not afraid I'll poison the water? Fan Xian continued coldly. Also, it looks like you really don't care about the threat earlier. I won't let you go. If you want to kill the admiral, then kill him. What does that have to do with me? Although he knew Fan Xian was attacking his mind, Deng Xiaobo looked at the admiral in the black-clothed man's hands and was still frightened by these words. The Navy generals began to cry out anxiously. The black-clothed man glanced around and smiled coldly. You don't care, but someone does. As for what you said earlier, I am an orphan. No one in this world has ever treated me well, so I don't care if you kill everyone in this world after this. Fan Xian lowered his head slightly. A powerful feeling of absurdity welled up in his heart. The black-clothed man in front of him was the shadow. However, after this negotiation, it seemed more and more real. Pretty boy, hurry up and make your decision. Seeing that no one in the garden could defeat him, the black-clothed man coldly gave his last warning. The cold sword in his hand pressed against the back of Chang Kuen's neck. Say those 3 words one more time. Fan Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. A cold light shot out. A finger was pointed coldly and full of murderous intent at the black-clothed man's face. The black-clothed man opened his mouth and was about to say something. The finger Fan Xian extended in the air trembled slightly. A black crossbow in his sleeve turned into a black light and silently pierced forward. The black-clothed man let out a strange cry. He had no time to use Chang Kuen to block his body. His entire body leaned back and his figure flashed twice in an extremely strange manner, dodging this hidden crossbow. In this split second, Fan Xian had already closed in. His finger flicked and flicked against his meridian. With a flip of his wrist, he grabbed the black-clothed man's wrist. Swing! Using the power of the coffin breaker technique, Fan Xian was very satisfied with this move. His entire right arm shook and pulled Chang Kuen's body back. Immediately after, the tip of his foot pushed off the ground, and he and the black-clothed man were entangled together. In just a moment, the two of them had fought their way from the garden to the top of the wall. Turning into two terrifying black shadows, they fought at a strange speed. Their swords moved without wind and their fists moved without sound. However, their power flowed out in all directions and shook open a gap in the archer on the wall. Inside the wall, Deng Xiaobo had already leaped forward and caught Admiral Chang Kuen's body. The 8 officials of the Overwatch Council did not go to help Fan Xian. Instead, they nervously stood in front of Deng Xiaobo, terrified that a few more assassins would come out and kill Sir Chang. Their urgency was very clear. Deng Xiaobo looked at the 2 streaks of black light on the top of the wall and anxiously cried out, "Sir Fan, step back. Shoot! Shoot!" Putting aside the fact that Fan Xian had just rescued the admiral, just based on Fan Xian's own identity, there would be people among the Qing soldiers who would dare to shoot at him. A shout came from the top of the wall. Fan Xian's shoulder was struck heavily and he spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his body shrunk back. The black dagger in his boot flew out of its sheath and stabbed directly into the black-clothed man's chest. At this moment, the archer's formation was thrown into chaos. It was as if someone was causing trouble inside and widening the gap. The heavily injured black-clothed man held his chest and quickly swept past. Swinging his sword, he killed a number of people and then disappeared into the night. A few Navy generals were about to lead soldiers in pursuit when they found that the night was deep in Jiaozhou. There was no trace of the assassin. Fan Xian held his left shoulder. He was angry that the shadow had hit him so hard. He coughed and coughed up some blood. Using a fierce gaze, he looked around and said, "Everyone, come back. Don't give chase." The Navy generals were a bit uneasy and afraid, but they all looked at Deng Xiaobo. Deng Xiaobo's eyes flashed slightly. He furrowed his brows and said, "Who dares to disobey the commissioner's orders?" Hearing these words, the Navy generals hesitantly stopped their pursuit and hurried over to see Chang Kuen's injury. Fan Xian also walked over and lowered his head to look. He saw that the wound on Chang Kuen's chest was a bit wide. Without thinking, he knew that the shadow must have done something to hide the wound he left behind very well. Chang Kuen was on his last breath. He was breathing in but not out. It seemed that he could die at any moment. For some reason, he was not completely dead. "All of you, move aside." Fan Xian glanced at these generals with disgust and walked over. Deng Xiaobo looked at his old boss's wretched state and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, he remembered that Sir Fan Jr. had another identity as a divine doctor. Immediately, there was a bit more hope in his heart. Fan Xian checked and took his pulse. In the end, he shook his head. He's still alive, but he can't be saved. In reality, there was no need to take a pulse. He had killed the person himself. In the end, he had also kept his life. He knew Chang Kuen's situation the best. The generals present felt like they had been struck by lightning, but they knew Sir Fan Jr. would not lie. They couldn't help but look at each other, unsure of what to do next. Deng Xiaobo's body swayed. His face was deathly pale. With great difficulty, he steadied himself. Silently, he called over a trusted aide and quietly said a few words by his ear, telling the aide to quickly leave the city and bring over the Navy soldiers. Although Deng Xiaobo was grateful for the Overwatch Council's help, he still felt that the matter was strange. Forcing himself to be alert, he bowed toward Fan Xian. "Sir, you have a precious body." "I am indescribably grateful." Before he finished speaking, Fan Xian had already cut him off. "When the assassin escaped earlier, what happened?" Deng Xiaobo's heart jumped. He wondered if there was an assassin inside the navy. Fan Xian turned and coldly said to the still shaken Wu Gufei, "Where are the provincial soldiers I told you to bring over? Immediately close the city gates and search for the culprit. At the same time, surround this manor. All of the navy soldiers, bow down and wait for questioning. No one is allowed to leave this manor." "Sir!" Two voices rang out at the same time. Wu Gufei happily accepted this mission, but Deng Xiaobo felt a great sense of unease from Fan Xian's words and wanted to speak up in objection. "I'll write slowly. Everyone, read slowly. Thank you. Also, I'm pulling for monthly votes. Although I didn't write much, I'm still pulling. Monthly votes are a good thing. Yesterday, the Oscars had just been given out. Today, I'm writing about Fan Xian's acting. It's quite a coincidence." To be continued. If you want to know what happened after, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 422. Why did Fan Xian have to act? Of course, it was to think of a way to calm the Navy generals. They were all born to kill. Once their faces were torn, they wouldn't care if you were a prince or not. As for little Xianxian's acting, cough, cough, he has always been an idol. Besides, most of the audience are rough people. I'm also a rough person. Objections were ineffective. The admiral had been assassinated. This was a major event. Additionally, when the black-clothed assassin had escaped, the Navy archers had indeed acted strangely. As the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, Fan Xian was the highest-ranking and most noble person present. Coincidentally, he was in charge of the follow-up matters and used this excuse to forcefully suppress Deng Xiaobo's opinion. Although the Jiaozhou Navy felt fear in their hearts, there was nothing they could do. In a short while, the 300 provincial soldiers directly under Jiaozhou Zhizhou Wu Gufei aggressively surrounded the admiral's manor. The Navy soldiers and archers originally stationed on the outskirts looked at each other. In the end, after receiving Deputy General Dang's gaze, they gave up their weapons and were temporarily guarded in the large garden behind the admiral's manor. At this time, the Jiaozhou city gates were also closed. Another 200 provincial soldiers began to chase the black-clothed assassin through the city. Earlier, the generals and officials had all seen the battle between Sir Fan Jr. and the assassin. They thought that if even Commissioner Fan could not keep the assassin here, what use was there in sending out these provincial soldiers with ordinary martial strength? Deng Xiaobo glanced at his disarmed subordinates in the garden and then at the provincial soldiers stationed outside the garden with excited expressions on their faces. An invisible coldness flashed through his eyes. The admiral's death was too strange. Sir Fan Jr.'s arrival was too strange. Furthermore, once the Overwatch Council arrived, the assassination occurred. The other party used this matter to forcefully disarm the Navy's trusted soldiers and moved the provincial soldiers to surround the admiral's manor. All of these signs showed that the matter was not so simple. Only now did Fan Xian let out a breath. As long as he trapped these important Navy generals in the city, he had already achieved his first goal. This was a proper decapitation plan. First, they would kill Chang Kuan, who was the most shrewd and had the highest official position in the Jiaozhou Navy. Then, they would lock the heads of the Navy in the admiral's manor. Even if the tens of thousands of Jiaozhou Navy soldiers were a giant dragon, at this moment, the dragon was without a leader. Even if there was a mutiny, the damage would be minimized. For the sake of this goal, Fan Xian had expended a great deal of energy. Yan Bingyun was far away in Jingdo and had no way to help design the details of this matter, so all the procedures were arranged by Fan Xian himself. Because of the relationship between the Jiaozhou Navy and the Juanshan Conference, Fan Xian was cautious. He didn't want to beat the grass and startle the snake. Additionally, because he was not confident in the plan he had constructed, he did not bring the people of the Qinian unit. They were all his trusted aides. If something went wrong, they had to be buried with the Jiaozhou Navy. Fan Xian could not bear to do so. He had only come with the shadow alone to cooperate with the Jiaozhou operation. If they truly could not handle the 10,000 people, he and the shadow had enough power to lead the 400 Black Knights far away. In order to ensure the suddenness of the operation, he had purposely spent many days in Wuzhou. Furthermore, he used the excuse of going to Danzhou to visit relatives to hide his true whereabouts. What he wanted was suddenness. Otherwise, if the people from the eldest princess side also came, although he was pretending to be a prince and the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, he would not be able to clean out the Jiaozhou Navy. Yes, it was cleaning. There was no other way. Investigating the case according to normal methods, even with the help of the Overwatch Council, Fan Xian would not be able to find anything to use against the shrewd and ruthless Chang Kuan. Once martial power truly clashed and triggered a mutiny, Fan Xian asked himself that the Black Knights at his side would not be able to block the attack of 10,000 soldiers head-on. Although the Overwatch Council still had people hidden in Jiaozhou other than the 8 people behind him, unless it was a critical moment, Fan Xian did not want to use them. He slowly turned around and looked coldly at the Navy generals behind him, whose faces were ashen or angry. He laughed coldly, thinking, since the Emperor wanted him to stabilize Jiangnan and gather the navy, then most of these unfamiliar faces, naturally, most of them had to die. However, he knew that the Jiaozhou Navy could not be completely controlled by Chang Kuan alone. There were certainly soldiers loyal to the court. In the spring, the Jiaozhou Navy going to the little island in the East Sea to kill people to silence them was close to treason. Chang Kuan would certainly only dare to use his own troops. Tonight, he wanted to see clearly which of the Navy generals standing in front of him were loyal and which were traitors. As for the person called Dang Xiaobo, Fan Xian warmly said, "Deputy General Dang, how do you think this matter should be handled?" Dang Xiaobo was panicking in his heart. He was calculating whether or not the trusted aide he had sent into the city had managed to escape before the city gates closed. Suddenly hearing this warm question, his heart trembled. Sorrowfully, he replied, "The admiral has unfortunately been killed." It is all up to Sir Fan Jr. This matter is very important. I think that we should immediately use an urgent mail route to report this matter to Jingdo. He said that Fan Xian would make the decision, but he kept saying that he would report to Jingdo. As long as the news of the death of the Jiaozhou Navy admiral spread out immediately, Fan Xian, being in Jiaozhou, would inevitably be suspected of being a crook. When he did things, he would be much more careful. Fan Xian understood the meaning behind his words and couldn't help but nod his head in approval. He thought to himself that if he had known that the Jiaozhou Navy had such a talent, he would have taken him in for his own use and not sent Ji Chang to take such a risk. However, Chang Kuan was already dead. This case had to be investigated. Fan Xian knew that Dang Xiaobo was someone he had to get rid of immediately. He made up his mind not to let this person leave his side. Lightly, he said, "This matter is very important. Of course, it has to be immediately reported to the Emperor," but his tone changed and attracted the attention of everyone in the garden. "The admiral has unfortunately been killed by a scoundrel," Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and said with incomparable coldness. "Once this news gets out, I'm afraid it will shock the court and create a very bad influence among the people. Putting aside the dignity of the court, just for the peace of the country and to prevent those sinister bandits from the outside world from using this matter to cause trouble, this news has to be suppressed. The Jiaozhou Navy and the Overwatch Council will both send a secret memorial to Jingdo at the same time to explain the whole story of tonight clearly to the court. He stared coldly at everyone. Within 3 days, if I find out that the people of Jiaozhou know the specifics of tonight's situation and there are any bad rumors, don't blame me for not showing mercy. The generals thought about it and felt that such a way of handling things was indeed reasonable. They all nodded their heads. Only Deng Xiaobo complained bitterly in his heart and repeatedly signaled with his eyes toward Admiral Chang's trusted aides. If they truly handled things as Fan Xian did, the outside world would have no idea what had happened in the Admiral's manor. The information inside and outside would be cut off. Looking at the attitude of the Jiaozhou local government, the Navy generals would truly become turtles in a jar with nowhere to stick their mouths out and nowhere to escape. Without giving Deng Xiaobo too much time to think, Fan Xian coldly said, "Everyone, for something like this to happen tonight, it is." There was no unreasonable sorrow between his brows. On the contrary, it was self-deprecating helplessness. None of us will be able to escape responsibility. I'll have to trouble everyone to stay in this garden for a few days. We'll talk after the matter has been investigated. With this order, it was the same as putting the Navy generals under house arrest. Immediately after, it was time to make arrangements for Admiral Chang Kuen's funeral. Fan Xian no longer interfered. He stood to the side and watched the Navy generals sorrowfully do their work. However, he would not allow Deng Xiaobo to leave his sight. As for the matter of purchasing, it could be temporarily delayed. Looking at this scene with cold eyes and Chang Kuen's body that had already been lifted onto the bed, Fan Xian couldn't help but feel a bit absent-minded. This old general was also an old person from the northern expedition. From the sorrow in the generals' hearts, it could be seen that Chang Kuen's prestige in the military was very high. Furthermore, the East Sea washing of the little island with blood also showed how sinister and merciless he was. He had died just like this. Fan Xian shook his head self-deprecatingly. In his previous life, he admired the saying the most. Those who use the pen will never be able to defeat those who use the gun. No matter what scheme or trick, it was not as good as martial power. Of course, this was only possible if one's martial power was strong enough. Schemes and martial power both had their uses. Shaking off the random thoughts in his mind, he told Jiaozhou Zhizhou Wugufei a few things to take note of in a low voice. He then led a few important figures among the Navy generals and walked with Wugufei toward the conference room at the back of the Admiral's manor. The conference room was actually a study. However, it was very large and the candlesticks were very luxurious. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes as if he didn't see the furnishings inside. He sat in the main seat and called for everyone to sit. Wugufei sat silently by Fan Xian's side. The Jiaozhou Zhizhou had long woken from his earlier shock and Fan Xian's trust. He felt that today's matter was indeed too shocking. The expressions of the Navy generals were complicated. They didn't know what Sir Fan Jr. was about to say. The Emperor has a secret edict, for Sir Chang. Fan Xian sighed and stood up. He took out a letter from his bosom and glanced at it. However, Sir Chang has suddenly met with misfortune, so this secret edict can only be read by the few of you. Deng Xiaobo was startled and raised his sleeve to wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. He didn't know if it was because the weather was too hot or because he was grieving over his superior's death, but his expression was tired. He sincerely said, "Sir, it is not customary." Fan Xian's gaze swept downward and lightly said, "Shut up, just keep your ears open." Since it had come to this, there was nothing more to say. Zhizhou Wugufei led the way to kneel. Deng Xiaobo gritted his teeth and, at the same time, knelt in front of Fan Xian with the 3 high-ranking Navy generals beside him. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the people kneeling in front of him. He cleared his throat and said, "Relay the Emperor's verbal edict." "You have all heard it word for word." "Yes," the 4 of them replied in unison. "Chang Kuan, after not seeing you for 2 years, there are 3 things I do not understand and 4 times I am uneasy. After thinking about it, I have to ask you face to face in order to be at ease. Thus, I have Fan Xian ask you face to face on my behalf." Fan Xian lowered his brows as he read. Written on the letter was a verbal message from the Qing Emperor sent directly from the palace. It was a true verbal edict. The hearts of the 4 people kneeling below listening to the verbal edict chilled. They could hear that the emperor's mood must have been very bad when he said these words. Deng Xiaobo felt the sweat on his back begin to form a small river. He only heard Fan Xian's voice continue to ring out coldly. 1. I do not understand. Are you short on money? Did I not give you your salary? Or is the manor the capital has given you too small? 2. I do not understand. Have you gone senile? During the northern expedition, you were also a clever person. How can you be so stupid now? 3. I do not understand. Fan Xian read to this point and paused slightly. He sighed in his heart. Although the Qing Emperor was not in front of him and Chang Kuan, who should have been listening to the verbal edict, had already been killed by him, reading this letter, Fan Xian could still feel a glimmer of the Qing Emperor's anger and powerful disappointment. The admiral of the Jiaozhou Navy, Chang Kuan, was a close official who had accompanied the Qing Emperor on the northern expedition. Otherwise, he would not have been able to control such a military power as the Jiaozhou Navy alone. Jiaozhou controlled Dongyi to the north and Jiangnan to the south. How important was it? Yet, such an official whom the Qing Emperor trusted incomparably had betrayed the emperor and secretly sent out troops to help the Jiangnan Ming family and massacred countless lives on the little island. Fan Xian looked at the letter and weakly lowered his eyelids. He thought to himself that the reason the emperor was sad and disappointed was because of what Director Qin had once said. What the emperor could not accept the most was for someone he trusted to betray him and deceive him. Thus, Chang Kuan had to die. However, the emperor was still not satisfied. He wanted to viciously scold Chang Kuan before he died. Unfortunately, Fan Xian did not help the emperor fulfill this wish. He composed himself and continued to read. Your heart, has it been eaten by a dog? If you don't answer well, I will have Fan Xian take your body to feed the wild dogs on the wastelands in the north, the place where you risked your life with me in the past. You know how much the wild dogs there like to bite people's faces. Following the emperor's oral edict that Fan Xian relayed, a cold wind seemed to rise in the study. Jiaozhou Zhizhou Wugifei had not expected the emperor's oral edict to have such content. He had no idea how Chang Kuan had made the emperor so angry, so he could only open his mouth wide to express his confusion and shock. The faces of the 3 high-ranking generals of the Jiaozhou Navy had already become extremely pale. The sweat on Deng Xiaobo's back was still flowing, but it immediately turned into a bone-piercing cold water. The 3 generals lowered their heads to the ground and repeatedly kowtowed. They did not dare to open their mouths to ask or explain. Although the oral edict was vicious, it did not mention Chang Kuan's specific crimes. Although the emperor's anger was only on a piece of paper, it was still not something these navy generals could stand against. Fan Xian had already slowly sat back in his chair. He did not call for the 4 people kneeling on the ground to rise. Indifferently, he said, Do you all understand? Today, I have come to Jiaozhou to investigate a case. What I am investigating is Chang Kuan's case. However, he died in front of me. It truly surprises me. Deng Xiaobo gritted his teeth and straightened his body. Without any fear, he looked straight into Fan Xian's eyes and said, "If I may be so bold, dare I ask what case the commissioner is investigating by imperial edict?" "The admiral has performed meritorious deeds for the country and worked hard guarding the borders. I truly do not know what crime he has committed. I'm afraid that Zhaozhou is far away and the emperor has been deceived by some treacherous person." Fan Xian's gaze gradually became icy. Deng Xiaobo's teeth were about to break from gritting them before he forced himself to finish speaking. "Please, Commissioner, investigate in detail and give justice to my master. Do not chill the hearts of the tens of thousands of soldiers who have worked hard guarding the borders for the court." Fan Xian was silent. He only stared coldly into Deng Xiaobo's eyes. This long period of silence immediately made the atmosphere in the study tense. "What crime?" Fan Xian's icy voice broke the silence. "Is secretly colluding with Dongyi considered a crime? As a border-guarding navy, secretly directing the smuggling of palace treasury products, is that considered a crime? Colluding with Jiangnan merchants and allowing bandits to cause chaos, is that considered a crime? Secretly moving the navy out of the harbor, landing on the island to kill people, helping the traders cover up their traces." Fan Xian's voice gradually became angry. Staring at Deng Xiaobo, he said, "You Zhaozhou navy are truly daring. If this is not a crime, then what is?" He abruptly rose and narrowed his eyes at the four people kneeling on the ground. "You tell the court not to chill the hearts of tens of thousands of soldiers, but your actions are even more shameless than those bloodthirsty pirates. Are you not afraid of chilling the court's heart, chilling the people's heart, and chilling the emperor's heart?" As Fan Xian was speaking vehemently, he had actually been paying attention to the three navy generals among the four of them out of the corner of his eyes. Deng Xiaobo still had a loyal and wronged expression on his face. Of the two generals, the gaze of one of them was shrinking while the other carried shock and disbelief. It was as if he had not known about this matter at all. Fan Xian didn't care whether or not this person's acting skills were first-rate. In any case, there was still time to examine it. At this moment, Deng Xiaobo said in a loud and pained voice, "If you want to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext. If the Overwatch Council wants to frame the Navy, we cannot accept it wholeheartedly. The Admiral's body is not yet cold. Do you have the heart to force us like this?" Fan Xian smiled coldly and said, "You want proof?" Deng Xiaobo gritted his teeth and said, "Exactly. Even if I get my head chopped off, it will only be a bull-sized scar. No matter what, I can't die without knowing why." He said these righteous words, but his heart was incomparably nervous. He incomparably hoped that the troops stationed outside Zhaozhou would receive the news, kill their way into the city, and fish out all the navy generals in the garden. As for whether or not this counted as rebellion, he couldn't care less. Continuing to poll for monthly votes. If you want to know what happens next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 423. Fan Xian looked at him and said, "I am here to investigate a case. For something like evidence, how can I find it if I don't investigate it? However, you can rest assured, I am not stupid enough to carry the crime of killing a general." Deng Xiaobo's heart suddenly felt a chill. From the admiral's unusual death, he thought of a possibility he had never thought of before. "The Navy people will not be able to enter the city, at least for tonight," Fan Xian said. "I have one night to make you confess." Thinking of the Overwatch Council's legendary methods, the three Zhaozhou Navy generals couldn't help but feel their hairs stand on end. Deng Xiaobo's eyes looked like they were going to split open. Staring into Fan Xian's eyes, he viciously said, are you prepared to use torture to force a confession? Aren't you afraid? 'Cause a mutiny. Fan Xian rubbed his fingers. If you have the ability, then show me a mutiny. Although his words were casual, he was still worried in his heart. He didn't know if the 400 Black Knights would be able to buy him enough time. He wanted to purge the Jiaozhou navy and also couldn't cause a major upheaval in an important corner of the Qin kingdom. He had to obtain the navy general's confessions before dawn. At the same time, he had to find the generals in the navy who were trustworthy and have them appease the tens of thousands of soldiers outside the city. This was truly a difficult problem. Deng Xiaobo's face was deathly pale and rapidly changed. It was as if he was weighing the gains and losses in this matter. He knew that Jiaozhou had already closed its city gates, and the admiral's manor had become an isolated manor. If his people wanted to come and save him, they would not be able to come immediately. If he had to endure a night of torture under the hands of the Overwatch Council, even a god would not be able to endure it. However, there were still a dozen navy generals outside. Although those navy soldiers had been stripped of their weapons, they still had battle power. A glimmer of harshness flashed through Deng Xiaobo's eyes. He finally saw clearly the true thoughts of the young noble in front of him. In a slightly raspy voice, he said each word clearly, "You did not come to Jiaozhou to investigate a case. You came to Jiaozhou to kill." Fan Xian lowered his head slightly and did not refute his words. Smiling slightly, he said, "It's not completely wrong. You know the crimes listed earlier very well. Even if the things you did are unknown to heaven and earth, in the end, there are still people who know. This is the debt from many years ago. Today, you will pay it back." Deng Xiaobo felt hopeless. As Chang Kuen's most trusted aide, he knew very well that the navy had secretly interfered in the Jiangnan matter, as well as the various things they had done to secretly oppose the court. He knew it would be difficult for him to escape, so he decided to fight. Fan Xian seemed to see through the thoughts in the depths of his heart and slowly said, "Touching me is truly rebellion." Deng Xiaobo's expression changed again. He suddenly stood up and said angrily, "Even if you're a prince, even if you're a 9th-level expert, it's still impossible to force a confession out of me." As soon as his voice fell, his palm struck toward Fan Xian's face. The one who truly attacked was the general kneeling on the ground with eyes full of fear. This general had taken out a straight knife from somewhere. With a wild roar, he chopped down toward Fan Xian's throat. His attack whistled through the air and carried with it the aura of blood and iron trained in the military. It truly made one fearful. However, Deng Xiaobo unexpectedly flipped his body. Holding a palm in front of his body, he smashed through the study door and escaped into the garden. He began to yell loudly. Fan Xian looked at the knife coming toward him with cold eyes. His finger pointed and tapped on the general's wrist. Flipping his left hand, he lifted up the study table beside him and easily smashed the heavy wooden table over. With a muffled bang, the wooden table scattered in all directions. Wood splinters flew everywhere. Fan Xian extended his hand through the flying splinters. When he came back, there was already a knife in his hand. Fresh blood flowed freely from the head of the general. His shoulders were covered in splinters. His head seemed to have been smashed into his shoulders. The dying general stared dumbfoundedly at Fan Xian in front of him. His mind was ringing, interfering with his last thought process. He could not understand why the knife he had struck out only had power. Where had his internal strength gone? Perhaps, even at this moment, he did not know that there was a problem with the wine he had drunk tonight. Fan Xian didn't even glance at him. He only had the other two people kneeling on the ground rise. Gazing at Wu Gefei, he asked with a light smile, "You've seen it all. I want to investigate a case." The Deputy General of the Jiaozhou Navy, Deng Xiaobo, knew that his crimes had been exposed. Under the emperor's might, he revealed traces of evil and incited his subordinates to act violently with the intention of assassinating me. Luo Li's long-winded words were actually just to find an excuse that did not seem right. Wu Gifei's teeth chattered. He was so scared he couldn't speak. With great difficulty, he nodded his head. Fan Xian nodded with satisfaction. His left hand flipped and the knife in his hand pierced into the general's abdomen. Fresh blood sprayed out. The general gave a muffled grunt and died. By the time Fan Xian led Wu Gifei and the Navy general out of the garden with an ugly expression, the situation in the garden was no longer the same as it had been. Amidst Deng Xiaobo's sharp cries and slander, the Navy generals waiting to be investigated in the garden had all gathered together. Their eyes were filled with wariness and viciousness. Deng Xiaobo had already finished his propaganda work. To his colleagues, he praised the Overwatch Council's intentions, the civil officials in the capital, the admiral's strange death, and the Overwatch Council wanted to use the situation to capture people. They probably wanted to clean out all the Navy generals in one fell swoop. Some generals were confused. The Overwatch Council had always had a good relationship with the military. Although everyone in officialdom knew that the Overwatch Council was the most disgusting and shameless yamen in the world, why did the Overwatch Council want to deal with the Jiaozhou Navy? What good did this have for Sir Fan Jr.? If Sir Fan Jr. had come today to seize military power, then why had he only brought 8 subordinates? Thus, some generals only half believed Deng Xiaobo's words. The speculation that the court was plotting to harm the admiral was too shocking. However, the Navy generals still felt that the strange atmosphere tonight was not normal. The people of the Overwatch Council, Sir Fan Jr., must have a request. Furthermore, the body of Admiral Chang Kuan, who had led the Navy for over a decade, was still laid out straight on the bed. The cries of the concubines behind him were still babbling. Chang Kuan had too many trusted aides in the Jiaozhou Navy. Although the situation was not clear, a few generals had already gripped the weapons in their hands and stood behind Deng Xiaobo. They all felt danger. The admiral's manor had already been surrounded, and the Jiaozhou city gates were already closed. The Navy soldiers at the seaside port had no idea that their commanders were under house arrest in the city. If the Overwatch Council truly wanted to use this opportunity to kill, this was the best situation. Under the lead of the Navy generals, the Navy soldiers who had been stripped of their weapons also became noisy and faced off against the Jiaozhou provincial soldiers. Step by step, they pressed closer. The situation appeared very tense. However, Fan Xian was not nervous. He coldly examined the people in the garden and furrowed his brows. In a cold voice, he said, "What? You want to rebel?" Fan Xian was the plenipotentiary commissioner of the Overwatch Council. Presently, his position as the plenipotentiary imperial envoy of Jiangnan Road had not been removed. As long as there was no new edict from Jingdo, no matter where he was, his words represented the might of the Qing emperor. Even someone as valiant as the Jiaozhou Navy did not dare to ignore this. Furthermore, everyone under heaven knew that the young and handsome noble in front of them was a dragon. The Navy generals couldn't resist sneaking glances at Deng Xiaobo, wanting to see how they should handle this. Deng Xiaobo's bottom was already sitting on the tiger's body. He knew that if he didn't resist, he would certainly be a mutilated corpse after a night, but to resist, what reason could he find? It's him. It's him who killed Admiral Chang. Deng Xiaobo said wretchedly and smiled like he was crazy. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? You, Commissioner Fan, had just arrived and our old general died an innocent and tragic death. Sir Fan Jr. You are truly ruthless, you have no evidence and rashly killed a pillar of the country. I want to see how you explain it to the court in the future. Naturally, he did not know that Chang Kuan had died to Fan Xian's hands. However, at this moment, he had to bury the matter like this. Unexpectedly, it matched the truth. Fan Xian looked at him calmly and said, "You know the cause of the admiral's death best." "That's right, even if that assassin did not kill him, I would have killed him." The garden burst into an uproar. The Navy generals looked at Fan Xian with great anger. Fan Xian continued in a quiet voice, "Chang Kuan committed treason and rebelled. If he didn't commit suicide to escape punishment, then someone wanted to silence him." Deputy General Dang. He mockingly said, "Are you also involved in this matter? Otherwise, why would you be so afraid? Why would you speak so carelessly?" Deng Xiaobo knew that the general had already died to Fan Xian's hands. His heart grew colder. Gritting his teeth, he said, "It's still that saying, if you want to incriminate someone, you can always find a pretext." Everyone in the garden was stunned. Wu Gefei and the Navy general, who had already heard the emperor's secret edict, stood awkwardly not far behind Fan Xian. "Treason. The admiral committed treason. You want proof?" Fan Xian narrowed his eyes. "Let me ask you. In March and April, did any Navy ships or soldiers leave the port for more than a month?" Someone immediately remembered. At that time, the admiral had ordered to carry out an arrest of bandits in the coastal waters. It was a drill. The faces of Chang Kuan's trusted aides who had participated in this matter were ashen. Thinking of the countless people killed on that little island, they unconsciously looked toward Deng Xiaobo again. Deng Xiaobo smiled coldly and said, "Going out to sea to arrest bandits is what the Navy should do." Arrest bandits? Why has it never been reported to the Bureau of Military Affairs? Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "Those pirates were the Ming family's private army. I went to Jiangnan to investigate this matter by imperial edict. If you hadn't killed them to silence them, the Ming family would have long been overturned. You are truly daring to oppose the court. If this isn't rebellion, then what is?" "Proof." Deng Xiaobo cried out loudly. "Is there really no proof?" Fan Xian suddenly smiled warmly. "Of the thousands of soldiers you brought to the island, there will always be those with loose lips. There will always be those who sincerely repent." Does no one really remember what that group of Navy troops did? The gold and silver you plundered on the island must have been a bonus promised to you by someone. Do you really think you can wash it clean so easily? Do you think that if you sell it, I won't be able to find the source? Without waiting for Deng Xiaobo to explain himself in front of the generals, Fan Xian coldly said, "I also have witnesses, only, do you want them at this time?" Deng Xiaobo exchanged glances with a few of Chang Kuan's trusted generals behind him. He knew that regardless of whether the court had proof or not, this commissioner of the Overwatch Council had come to kill. He steeled his heart and the bitter smile on his face gradually grew. It can't be an old trick of framing. Then, let's destroy indiscriminately. Immediately after, he cried out, "Brothers, the Overwatch Council killed Admiral Chang. They will certainly kill us to silence us. Let's fight it out with them." Fan Xian looked at this scene with a glimmer of a smile. The silence outside the city meant that everything was within his control. There was no need to stop himself from admiring it. "Zhizhou Wu," he smiled warmly, "the court is watching you." Chang Kuan was already dead. He was also a person without a faction. At this time, he knew which side he should stand on. However, in the depths of his heart, he was still very worried about the tens of thousands of soldiers outside the city. Under the many years of pressure from the Jiaozhou Navy, he truly did not dare to face the Navy head-on. However, looking at Fan Xian's warm but oppressive smile, he finally steeled his heart and shouted in a stern voice, "Where are the provincial soldiers? keep an eye on those Navy people." The provincial soldiers, who had been slightly afraid of the Navy, suddenly heard the Zhizhou shout. They roused themselves and suppressed the restless Navy soldiers. After a fight, knife light against fist wind, it was the provincial soldiers who were injured. Fortunately, there were many people, so there was no chaos. On the other side, Deng Xiaobo had already pulled out his knives and charged toward Fan Xian with the generals who had participated in the East Sea Island matter. "It's just you and I live. Even if you are a prince, you still have to pay a price." These Navy generals were all powerful figures who had soaked in blood and fire. Their knives were indeed swift and fierce. Even though Fan Xian was a superior 9th-level ace, he did not dare to underestimate them. However, Fan Xian did not attack at all. He only watched coldly as the generals slowly fell in front of him. Deng Xiaobo had already rushed to Wu Guifei's side and prepared to take him as a hostage. He knew that no matter what, he would not be able to gain any advantage in front of Fan Xian. Fan Xian's quick change of plans and deep scheming were indeed something. Unfortunately, he was like a few of his comrades. Once he raised his Xinqi, he felt a wave of irritation in his chest. His entire body softened. Knockout drug. Deng Xiaobo thought of the Overwatch Council's rumored methods and couldn't help but pale with fright. Then, a knife stabbed into the right side of his chest. The pain that was difficult to resist made his entire body curl up like a shrimp and fall limp in front of Wu Guifei. Wu Guifei was greatly frightened by Deng Xiaobo's desperate stance. Both of his legs also felt weak. The person who had stabbed Deng Xiaobo was one of the 8 Overwatch Council secret agents Fan Xian had brought into the Admiral's manor. He had always been the last. This secret agent pulled back the bloody knife and bowed to Fan Xian. Although he was silent, his hands holding the hilt of the knife trembled slightly. He didn't know if it was out of fear or excitement. Fan Xian turned slightly and looked at Deng Xiaobo at his feet, whose eyes were filled with hatred. Calmly, he said, "This person is called Qing Hua. He is the only person who survived on that little island in the East Sea. He has seen your true appearance. He is a witness. You will not survive." Deng Xiaobo felt hopeless. He had cleaned the island a few times, how could there still be survivors? The Overwatch Council's secret agent Qing Hua, who had gone directly from Jiangnan Suzhou to hide in Jiaozhou, once again bowed to Fan Xian. His eyes were slightly red as he retreated behind Zhizhou Wu. Fan Xian turned around and watched coldly as the provincial soldiers tied up the Navy soldiers. He slightly nodded his head. The matter in the city had basically been settled, but what about the matter outside? The emperor had sent him to Jiaozhou not to have him kill those 10,000 soldiers. He also didn't have this ability. After all, he was not the blind uncle. Purging the ranks of the Navy generals and ensuring the stability of the Navy's morale was the most important. Just like in Jiangnan, as an emperor, he always demanded stability above all else. Fan Xian took a deep breath. First kill Chang Kuan and then subdue the generals. From top to bottom, only then could he guarantee that the other party would not gather the power of the army to launch a counterattack. However, to once again control the Jiaozhou Navy's power in the hands of the court, he still needed these Navy generals to appear. He gazed at the generals who had not participated in the assassination attempt on him and were as silent as cicadas in winter. He couldn't help but furrow his brows. Who among these people could be trusted? Were there any trusted aides Chang Kuan had left behind? Although the Overwatch Council's intelligence work was meticulous, it involved the hearts of people and tens of thousands of Qing soldiers. Fan Xian was still in a difficult position. "I'll have to trouble you generals with tonight's matter," Fan Xian said sincerely. Although the main culprit has been subdued, there are still some procedures for the court to handle a case. Who will speak to me first? These generals' mouths were tightly shut. They looked at Fan Xian with a complicated gaze. One was fear, the second was anger, and the third was helplessness. The admiral was dead, Deputy General Dang was heavily injured, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. His fellow soldiers who had been with him for many years had been drugged by the Overwatch Council, and the Navy's trusted soldiers had been tied up by the provincial paparazzi. This sudden storm shook the hearts of the Navy generals to the core, but it also made them feel incomparable anger. They all understood what Sir Fan Jr. wanted to do. There were still 10,000 soldiers outside the city. If they didn't go out and suppress them, if these Navy soldiers found out what had happened in the city, it would certainly stir up a great mess. The court certainly did not want Zhaozhou to be in chaos. Thus, the court still needed these people. This was the only thing the remaining Navy generals could rely on. It was the only thing they could use to bargain with Fan Xian. However, in front of everyone, the admiral had just passed away. No Navy general dared to take the risk of being cursed by tens of thousands of people to come out and negotiate with Fan Xian. Fan Xian immediately understood the reason and couldn't help smiling slightly. That's fine. Everyone, please return to your rooms and rest. In a moment, I will personally come and talk. Finishing these words, he glanced at the old general in the study who was listening to the Emperor's secret edict, the third-ranked figure in the Navy. Ah Cho said she will defend her thesis on March 15th. This is no different from a loud slap in the face. I have never admitted that Ingxiu is a eunuch because I believe that if I won 5 million, then I will certainly finish writing Ingxiu. However, it will not be possible before she graduates. In the foreseeable future, I will not write Ingxiu because I have no money. Writing Ingxiu cannot earn money. This is such a sad truth. I am very grateful to the friend who casts 28 votes every day. If there are readers who have run over to see Ingxiu because of this gossip, please cast a few more recommendation votes. It is not for anything else but for the friend's painstaking efforts and for the one-to-one you love very much. Back then, it was Ye who reached 1-to-1 before the underwear door. To be continued. If you want to know what happened after, please go to www.cmfu.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 424. At dusk, the Zhaozhou city gates had long closed, so Fan Xian's later order was actually a bit unnecessary. However, since such a big thing had happened in the city and such a serious conflict, Wu Gufei knew that he had to handle it carefully. Otherwise, if the 10,000 Navy soldiers on the harbor outside the city attacked into the city, it would be difficult for him to keep his life. Thus, he strictly ordered his trusted subordinates to go up the city walls to guard and watch the movements on the harbor. At the same time, the bailiffs and provincial soldiers of the Zhaozhou government were also conducting investigations and searches in the city. Although the court had come to investigate the problem of the Zhaozhou Navy, the admiral had been assassinated. They had to find the assassin. Perhaps they could dig out some deeper secrets. Of course, Wu Gufei hoped that he would never come into contact with those terrifying secrets. He rubbed his somewhat dry eyes and reported the situation in the city as well as the movements outside the city to Fan Xian in a raspy voice. Fan Xian nodded and expressed satisfaction at the speed of this Zhizhou's reaction. If he didn't have this Zhizhou's cooperation, it would be impossible for him to control the admiral's manner and put the Navy generals under house arrest. He said a few warm words of encouragement and then had the Zhizhou go rest for the time being. Wu Gufei repeatedly said he didn't dare. He thought to himself, if even a prince like you is staying up late, how could I dare to go sleep? Furthermore, the situation in the admiral's manor was still warm and unclear. Who knew what unexpected changes would happen during this long night? Seeing that Wu Gufei insisted on staying by his side, the corners of Fan Xian's lips twitched into a smile. In a quiet voice, he asked, "Are you worried about the matter outside the city?" Wu Gufei was startled and immediately smiled bitterly. Admiral Chang Kun has been in charge of the Navy for more than a decade. His subordinates are all trusted aides and his prestige among the lower-ranked soldiers is also very high. Today, he has died mysteriously and Sir has also placed the upper-ranking officers of the Navy under house arrest. If this matter were to be spread to the harbor, as long as there are a few people who have the heart to pick a fight, those men will probably all cry out. Fan Xian sighed. I had wanted to take down Chang Kun and have him come out to pacify the Navy. Who knew that he would be assassinated? He smiled coldly and said, the other party is truly skilled. With this, they have created such a large crack between the court and the Navy. It makes things very difficult for me. This was naturally a lie. He had killed Chang Kun. If Chang Kun had not died, it would have been impossible for him to subdue the Navy. But since he was framing them, he naturally had to keep doing so. What's next? Wu Gufei hunched his body slightly and tiredly asked for instructions. We can't hide the news forever. Moreover, the imperial court is handling a case, so the edict must be transmitted to the army. Fan Xian sank into silence. He didn't know if his plan would proceed smoothly. In his original plan, he would first kill Chang Kun, then capture Chang Kun's trusted aides, use the Overwatch Council's methods to obtain first-hand confessions, and then use the Navy generals still loyal to the court to regain control of the situation. Then, he would find evidence of the East Sea matter among the Navy and make this case an ironclad one. He would use iron-blooded methods to intimidate the Navy soldiers who had other thoughts. But the problem now was, who should he trust among the Navy generals? Many times, the Overwatch Council's intelligence reports could not be completely trusted. At least, it was not as reliable as face-to-face psychological confrontation. In that instant, Fan Xian very much missed Sir Yan Jr. far away in Jingdou. If Bingyun was by his side, he would certainly lay out a more perfect plan and not be like him, standing in the darkness of the Admiral's manor and not knowing what to say to a group of Navy generals. Fan Xian sat by the stone table and furrowed his brows slightly. Making up his mind, he waved his hand and made a signal to Qing Hua beside him. Qing Hua paused and immediately accepted the order and left. In a short while, waves of wretched cries rang out from the woodshed at the back of the Admiral's manor. If one had astonishing hearing, perhaps they could even hear the sizzling sound of branding iron landing on human flesh and the sound of bones breaking. Wu Gufei's face was ashen. He knew the Overwatch Council had begun to use torture. Thinking of the rumors of the Overwatch Council's frightening methods, the Zhizhou's hand began to tremble. Forcefully suppressing his nervousness and fear, he bravely suggested, Sir, I'm afraid this action is not appropriate. Fan Xian understood his meaning. At this moment, there were still many Navy people in the Admiral's manor. If he used torture so openly, it would probably incite public anger. However, Fan Xian had always had this thought. Under the dual effects of violence and humiliation, the Navy generals either let out their last roars of anger or were so frightened their hearts were beating wildly that they revealed their deepest thoughts to him. Things were indeed as Wu Gufei feared. The Navy generals under house arrest in the Admiral's manor heard the wretched cries and all walked out of their rooms, staring at Fan Xian with angry expressions. Fan Xian didn't even glance and said, So, none of you have slept yet. Do you have anything you want to say? As he spoke, he suddenly heard a commotion outside the Admiral's manor. The sound gradually drifted into the garden. No one knew what had happened. Fan Xian furrowed his brows and asked, What's going on? It was already so late at night, and the Admiral's manor had long been heavily surrounded. The matter of the birthday banquet had also been sealed. Who were the people outside? Wu Gifei wiped the sweat from his forehead and ordered a bailiff to go out and take a look. After the bailiff returned, he reported with a troubled expression, "It's people from the generals' families." Although the news had been sealed, the navy, after all, operated in Jiaozhou for many years. There were still people who thought of ways to let out some rumors, particularly since it was already late at night. The wives and concubines of the generals found that their men still had not returned and were naturally worried. They also received the rumors. Although they didn't know if it was true or false, they still sent people to fetch them. Fan Xian smiled and immediately thought of the representatives of the wealthy merchants and the Jiangnan merchants he had left in the Great Hall. He thought that he indeed couldn't hide it for long. He only hoped that after the city gates closed, the reaction from the port side would be slower. Wu Gifei looked at Fan Xian with some difficulty. The general's expressions were complicated. They had not thought that their women would be so daring. They were also confused. Who had let out the news? "Since someone has come to fetch you, you can all return, generals." Fan Xian's words dumbfounded everyone present. Weren't they going to be placed under house arrest? How could they be let out like this? Fan Xian said in a quiet voice, "I am investigating a case by imperial edict. Since Deng Xiaobo has already committed his own crime and those evil spirits hidden in the navy have jumped out, the generals have only been implicated. Naturally, I will not make things difficult for you." These generals looked at each other, not daring to believe what they had heard was true. "Go back," Fan Xian said with a slight smile. "Although I am anxious to have a heart-to-heart talk with the generals, it would not be good to offend your wives." There were no proper wives in Jiaozhou. They were all concubines or even mistresses sought by the navy soldiers. Fan Xian's words, on the contrary, made these generals feel a bit awkward. At this moment, the wretched cries of Deng Xiaobo and those people rang out again from the woodshed. The women outside seemed to have heard it and led the servants in a loud clamor. For a moment, the inside and outside of the admiral's manor was very lively. The generals left the admiral's manor with suspicion and unease. They knew that there were certainly countless eyes of the Overwatch Council watching them from within Jiaozhou. They shouldn't think about making contact with the navy outside the city. Even if they did, they would not be able to explain themselves to the court. As for Fan Xian's last words, they fell deeply into the hearts of the generals. A heart-to-heart talk. This also had to be done first and last. The commissioner had given them a chance to return to the embrace of the court. It would depend on who was the first to be righteous and come to the commissioner to reveal their true feelings, each with their own ulterior motives and thoughts. These generals left. Wu Gifei didn't know what Fan Xian was thinking and couldn't ask too much. He only strengthened Jiaozhou's defenses. Before he left, he carefully said, "Sir, it's best not to be too extreme." Fan Xian nodded. Looking at Wu Gifei's performance tonight, the Ministry of Revenue's evaluation of him was on the low side. Perhaps it was because Chang Kuan was present, but this Shizhou had never displayed a level of skill that matched his abilities. Fan Xian would not kill Deng Xiaobo. This was the greatest evidence of the East Sea silencing incident. In the future, he would be escorted to Jingdou. Even the women in Jiaozhou knew that the Overwatch Council had taken control of the admiral's manor. They knew of Admiral Chang Kuan's death, knew that the navy had suffered heavy losses, and knew that their masters could not even protect themselves. The news that Fan Xian had forcefully covered up for a while now immediately reached the ears of many people. Although Wu Gifei's provincial soldiers were guarding the city gates, the navy had their own channels. The person that Deng Xiaobo had let out earlier finally successfully passed through the blockade. Following a small path outside the city, he quietly neared the harbor. He looked at the dots of lights in the distant harbor and was endlessly excited. Although he didn't know that Deng Xiaobo had already been taken down by the Overwatch Council, he knew that the Navy was facing its greatest danger since its birth. As long as he could enter the camp and move soldiers to take down all of Jiaozhou, he would be able to ensure the safety of the Navy generals. As for how to deal with it afterward, that was a problem for the officials to consider. Unfortunately, when he was still hundreds of feet away from the Navy camp, he suddenly felt the ground begin to shake. There was no sound, but there was someone behind him. He turned his head but didn't see anyone. He only saw a dozen fully armored horses. It was not until the horses came closer that he realized that the horses were all riders in black clothing. In the darkness, the black armor reflected the dim moonlight in the sky and seemed to carry a glimmer of death. His pupils constricted slightly, and his body began to tremble. These were the Black Knights, the Overwatch Council's Black Knights. His head flew into the sky and fresh blood sprayed out of his chest. It was not until the moment before this Navy officer's death that he began to feel his stupidity. Since the Overwatch Council had come to deal with the Navy, how could they not bring the Black Knights that the world feared? Jing Ji's face was still covered by that silver mask. He glanced coldly at the body on the ground and nodded to the personal guard beside him. The personal guard pulled on the reins of his horse and turned around. Standing at the bottom of the hill, he made a few hand signals. However, the night was so dark and the moonlight so dim. Who could see these orders? After his hand signal landed, a row of densely packed objects suddenly appeared on the low beam between Jiaozhou and the port Navy camp like a woodland after a rain. It looked strangely beautiful. They were all riders. On the mountain ridge, a neat row of black riders waited quietly like ghosts for orders. The formation of the formation was facing the Navy camp in the distance. The formation did not move at all. No one knew how these riders controlled the horses on them, but they did not make a single neigh. Even their hooves did not randomly paw the ground. However, the tens of thousands of soldiers in the Navy did not seem to notice anything. Jing Gu led the 10 personal guards behind him and looked coldly in the direction of the Navy camp. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and said, "There's still half an hour." The personal guards behind him placed one foot on the stirrup and began to knock the crossbows. They then slowly pulled out straight knives in unison. Crossbow in the left and knife in the right. This was the standard configuration of the Black Knights. A glimmer of killing intent flashed between Jing Ji's brows. He was outside the city on Fan Xian's orders and was responsible for preventing the communication between the generals in the city and the Navy soldiers. Even he had not thought that the Navy generals would react so quickly. At the same time that Deng Xiaobo had the officer leave the city, there were still many Navy generals who had made the same choice. Although the Black Knights had already killed 7 people in front and behind this low mountain ridge, Jing Gu could not guarantee that no one from the Navy had passed through this blockade and entered the Navy camp. Gazing in the direction of the harbor in the distance, Jing Gu narrowed his eyes. The silver mask on his face carried a cold light. The Navy camp had already moved. The lights were also slightly brighter than before. It looked like the soldiers there already knew of the news from inside the city. Presumably, there were a few generals skilled in inciting them and tempting the Navy soldiers to attack Jiaozhou to save those people who had long died, to send these soldiers to their deaths. Jing Gu silently waited for that moment. He knew that the Navy was not made of iron. At most, the other party could only send out 2,000 people. This was something the commissioner had already calculated beforehand. 400 Black Knights against 2,000 Navy soldiers who were not skilled in land battles. Jing Gu couldn't resist shaking his head. They were all people of the Qing court and soldiers of the Qing court. He actually did not want to slaughter the other party. Fan Xian did not know of the tense situation outside the city, but he could guess that the Navy should have already moved. The Black Knight's sudden attack power was unparalleled, particularly at night. No one should be able to pose a threat to Zhao. However, it was already late at night. If he waited until daybreak and still could not have the Navy generals come out to win over the hearts of the people, an even larger mutiny would probably be difficult to avoid. Thus, while he was worried about the Black Knights, he sat in the Admiral's manor and waited with a trace of mockery for the generals to return. Just like the order of rank, the first general to return to the manor was the third in command of the Navy. This general, who was over 40 years old, directly knelt before Fan Xian in the study and expressed his incomparable loyalty to the court, his incomparable hatred for Chang Kuan's rebellious actions and treason, as well as his solicitous sympathy for the commissioner's hard work in investigating the case through the night. This attitude made Fan Xian very pleased. It was not a waste of all the things he had done this night and the psychological attack he had set up for so long. However, the conversation at the end made Fan Xian angry. Although this general had a high position in the Navy, he also admitted that without Chang Kuan and Deng Xiaobo, it would be a difficult matter for him to completely control the Navy. What made Fan Xian particularly angry was that general he straightforwardly expressed his unwillingness to be the first to stand out. In the current situation, whoever stood out first would certainly receive the most direct hatred of the Navy soldiers. If they wanted to control the army in the future, it would probably be a big problem. Fan Xian's problem was that when faced with this old and shameless man, he could not be too vicious. With snot and tears in his eyes, "General," he said, "Sir, I have been following the great prince to the west to conquer the Hu. It has only been half a year since I came to Zhao. I truly do not understand the matters of the Navy. So, after all this, he was the great prince's man." Fan Xian sighed in his heart. Although the Overwatch Council's intelligence said this, he had already shamelessly revealed his identity. No matter what, he had to give the great prince some face. Following this, there was an endless stream of generals who returned to the Admiral's manor to express their loyalty to the Emperor and their condolences to Fan Xian. At the same time, they carefully took out relevant evidence to explain their faction and position. None of these generals were Chang Kuan's trusted aides or the eldest princess's spies in Zhao. The problem was, no one was willing to stand out to help Fan Xian solve his problems because the matter was indeed too big. For their own futures and the masters behind them, they were more willing to temporarily maintain their silence. The reason they had come to talk to Fan Xian was because they were afraid that Fan Xian would become angry and capture them like he did with Deng Xiaobo. He would also charge them with colluding with bandits and committing treason. Each of them had factions and backers. These backers all had deep or shallow relationships with the Fan family in Jingdo, so Fan Xian had to give them some face. Fan Xian didn't need to give the eldest princess and the Eastern Palace face, but he had to give these people face. "Sir, I am Ren Xiao, Anne's distant uncle." "Sir, this lowly official is Old Master Qin's, my lord," when a deputy controlling the Navy's logistics said mysteriously and awkwardly, "Sir, my surname is Liu." Fan Xian finally exploded. This was one of the three most powerful navies in the Qin kingdom. He had never imagined that the relationship between the factions of a single navy would be so complicated. "Surnamed Liu. Why didn't you tell me about your relationship with my stepmother?" Fan Xian was furious. He chased the bastard out but did not allow him to leave the manor. Since he was a disguised relative, he had to act as a villain even if he didn't want to. For Fan Xian, the greatest benefit was that he learned that the military was not a piece of iron. The internal affairs were complicated. There were people from the palace, people from the previous prime minister's manor, people from the old Qin family, and people from the Hall of Governmental Affairs. None of them could deal a heavy blow, but these people were all very slippery and did not want to jump out and be Fan Xian's knife. In the end, Fan Xian picked out two people to be his knife. At the same time, he had the last person walk in. He didn't look at that person. He was only thinking about his own thoughts. He couldn't help but feel a glimmer of anger in his heart. In the end, of the two generals he had chosen, one was from Duke Lu's manor, and the other was someone his father-in-law had once had a relationship with. In any case, they were the closest, so it was not up to them to run. Fan Xian smiled self-mockingly. The military had become like this. It had become a place for the major figures in the court to arrange jobs. If this continued, even the military would become a patch of rot. How much of the battle power that the Qing kingdom had always been proud of could be preserved? How could such an army protect the country and the people? Chang Kun was indeed not a good person, but what about these generals, as well as the people behind them? He looked mockingly at the last general. He knew that he was an old general of the navy and had some prestige in the military. However, he didn't know which family he was from. He couldn't help but mockingly say, "May I ask which person in the court this general is on good terms with? Prime Minister Lin? Scholar Shu? Or the old Qin master? Never mind the director and that father of mine, I wouldn't believe it." Fan Xian sighed in his heart. Looking at the navy, he knew that if this went on, the Qin kingdom would truly have its generals not in the army and its generals not in the country. The military was a matter of national importance. How could these people be so shameless to let their students and old friends gain benefits from the military? The general stood in front of Fan Xian. His expression froze slightly. Shortly after, he smiled slightly and said, "Young master, I am your man." Fan Xian was startled and didn't say anything for a while. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he said, "Whose man are you?" The general's expression did not change. He smiled slightly and repeated, "I am your man." Fan Xian took a deep breath. An absurd feeling welled up in his heart. Earlier, he had been righteously and angrily criticizing the officials. How come a fist had smashed into his face? However, he had never had a trusted aide in the military. Chen Pingping and his father were also closely watched by the emperor. Even if they had planted someone, it was impossible for them not to tell him. Thus, Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and examined the person in front of him. He couldn't resist asking again, "Whose man are you exactly?" The general repeated for the third time, "I am your man." He respectfully said, "It has nothing to do with anyone else. I am only your man. Pulling monthly votes on the last day of the month, because all of you are talking about me, and I am also talking about you. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 425. The oil lamp in the study flickered. The room suddenly brightened and dimmed. Fan Xian watched the yellow light change on the face of the general in front of him. He narrowed his eyes and didn't speak for a moment. According to the customs of the Qin kingdom, an oil lamp flashed. At this moment, Fan Xian could not be certain of this. "Tell me where you came from. Tell me what you think." Fan Xian slowly sucked in a breath and did his best to make the expression on his face softer. "I am Su Maokai." The general smiled slightly and began to speak of his identity, as well as his relationship with Fan Xian. Fan Xian nodded. Such an ordinary name that could not be more ordinary was indeed a necessary condition for hiding one's identity. However, he didn't know how the other party had escaped the purge back then. He also didn't understand why the other party had chosen to reveal it to him at this time. "Young master, I am not a member of the Fan Manor or the Overwatch Council," Su Maokai calmly said. "I am a member of the Yi family. More accurately, I am a member of the young lady. You are an old member of the Chuanzhou Navy." After confirming his judgment, Fan Xian's brows did not relax. Precisely, Su Maokai replied. Su Maokai replied, 20 years ago, I was a sailor on the Chuanzhou Navy's boat. After the Chuanzhou Navy was disbanded, it became the present three big navies. I came to Jiaozhou and has remained in the military until now. Fan Xian knew this part of history. This part of his ties to the Yi family was a story that could never be forgotten. Back then, during the Jingdou incident, his mother had been ambushed in Taiping courtyard. Uncle Wu Zhu only had time to carry him away. Perhaps it was because of him that Uncle Wu Zhu did not use his own strength to challenge this country. However, things had still happened. The power of the old Yi family in Jingdou had been uprooted in one day. The problem was that the Yi family's roots were not limited to Jingdou. They had their own businesses in various provinces and roads. This kind of tentacles had already extended to every corner of the Qin kingdom. In every corner, the military was no exception. When His Majesty returned to the court with Fan Jian, and when Chen Pingping returned to the capital, the situation was already set. So, other than revenge, the biggest problem before the emperor and his officials was how to deal with the enormous property and influence left behind by the Yi family. Just as history had happened and as Fan Xian knew, the three large workshops of the Yi family were taken over by the court and became the palace treasury that affected the economic lifeline of the Qin kingdom. The shopkeepers of the Yi family were placed under house arrest by the court. On the other hand, the Yi family was charged with treason. For years after the Jingdou incident, the emperor led Chen Pingping and Fan Jian in a bloody counterattack and revenge. They directly killed 1/3 of the nobles in Jingdou and even completely slaughtered the empress' originally powerful clan. However, they still could not change some things. For example, the crime of the Yi family and the punishment of the Yi family. This matter certainly had something to do with the old man deep in the palace and involved the peace of the world. Yi Qingmei's death was strange and unjust. In order to prevent the Yi family's power from counterattacking, the Qin court had to carry out a purge of the Yi family and carry out a screening of the succession. For the stability of the Qin kingdom, this was the only choice. Looking at the developments later, even Chen Pingping and Fan Jian tacitly agreed to this. Thus, the Qingyu Hall shopkeeper Duo Yi was able to struggle at death's door in Jingdou until many years later, when he was taken out of Jingdou by the grown-up Fan Xian. The power the Yi family had left in the court and military was mercilessly swept clean, leaving nothing behind. Back then, the Chuanzhou Navy had been the most infiltrated by the Yi family because it was responsible for the production and protection of the palace treasury. From a certain perspective, it was equivalent to Yi Qingmei's private navy. Thus, in the purge afterward, the Chuanzhou Navy became the first target. It was mercilessly divided into three parts by the court. After secret suppression and purges, it became the present three great navies of the Qin kingdom. Each time he thought of the events of the past, the evil fire that had long been suppressed in the depths of Fan Xian's heart began to rise. He understood that since Yi Qingmei was already dead, for the peace and stability of the world, those old people would certainly make such a choice. If he was the emperor, presumably, he would not be soft-hearted. However, he would still feel uncomfortable and unhappy in his heart. Seeing that Fan Xian's mind had begun to wander, the old Chuanzhou Navy man called Su Maokai coughed gently. Fan Xian came back to his senses and looked at General Su with a complicated expression. Many questions surged in his heart. How did such an old man of the Yi family survive the purge of the navy? How did he manage to hide his identity until today? Naturally, the power of the Yi family had not all died. However, the vast majority of people had long been like the treasurers of the palace treasury. They had forgotten their past identities and, after revealing themselves, became a member of the court. Su Maokai was clearly not like this. Fan Xian straightforwardly expressed his questions. Su Maokai explained even more straightforwardly, I entered the navy too late. The young lady had originally arranged for me to train on the sea for 2 years before entering the Overwatch Council to help the director. However, as you know, some things happened later, so I didn't have the opportunity to connect with Director Chin. Coincidentally, or perhaps fortunately, I have survived until today. You mean that if Chen Pingping knew you were a member of the Yi family, he would not have allowed you to stay in the military, Fan Xian said coldly. Su Maokai thought for a moment and slowly replied, I don't know, but my luck is good enough, so I won't gamble. What about my father? Su Maokai knew that this young man was certainly not talking about the man on the dragon chair but the Minister of Revenue, Sir Fan Jian. He thought for a moment and then said, the matter back then was too strange. I didn't dare to believe anyone. No one dared to believe it. Although his tone was still calm, Fan Xian could hear a glimmer of coldness and disappointment in his voice. After the Jingdo incident, no one in the court cried out for the old Yi family. Furthermore, the situation at the time was indeed too strange. As a spy of the Yi family, Su Maokai always wondered just what role Chen Pingping and Fan Jian played in that matter. Fan Xian's expression still did not change. On the contrary, he smiled slightly and said, presumably you know my relationship with the old Yi family. However, I don't understand it very well. What is the point of you telling me these things at this time? This was a test. From the beginning of the conversation until now, Fan Xian had not shown anything that could be used against him. Su Maokai raised his head in confusion and looked at Fan Xian like he was looking at a stranger. He had completely forgotten that before today, he and Fan Xian were strangers. Young master, you are the young mistress's only flesh and blood, Su Maokai said in a heavy voice. The young mistress's family business must be inherited by you, and the young mistress's vengeance, as her son, it will naturally fall on your shoulders. Maokai is not talented, but he is willing to be a dog or a horse. Fan Xian was silent for a moment and then slowly said, based on what I know, the nobles who participated in the matter back then had already been killed 13 years ago. The emperor was wise and only allowed these shameless bandits to live another 4 years. Vengeance? Who should I go to for vengeance? It was clear that Su Maokai had been hiding in the Jiaozhou Navy all these years and was not clear on the movements of the upper echelons of the court. Strangely, in this general's heart, he always had a strong intuition that the Yi family's enemies were certainly not all dead. Furthermore, it was impossible for them to all die so easily. Thus, he said with slight worry, this is a problem that the young master needs to think about. Fan Xian admired the person in front of him. Since this person had not revealed anything in the eyes of the court and had already become an important general in the Jiaozhou Navy, then he could spend his days blissfully like this and throw the Yi family and the young mistress to the back of his mind. He could enjoy the high position and nobility and not have to think about such terrifying things as vengeance against the court. Furthermore, according to his words, he had not been in the Yi family for long. He was just a young man in his early 20s. Fan Xian remained unmoved. He smiled slightly and said, why should I think? You are a descendant of the Yi family. Su Maocai's breathing sped up slightly as if he was slightly disappointed. Fan Xian shook his head and said, General, I respect your conduct, but you seem to have forgotten one thing. I am not only my mother's son, I am also a person with a father. Su Maokai abruptly raised his head and stared coldly at Fan Xian's face. A moment later, disappointment, shock, understanding, abandonment, and many other complicated emotions surged onto his face. He smiled bitterly and said, that's right, after all, you are also a prince. According to common sense, Fan Xian was a descendant of the Yi family, but, more importantly, he was the emperor's illegitimate child. Furthermore, Yi Qingmei had died early. How could a child who had been secretly watched over by the royal family have much affection for a mother he had never met? If the target of vengeance for the Yi family was the court, would this prince be willing to rebel against his own family? This society was still a purely patriarchal society. Although Su Maokai was disappointed, he was not very surprised. He only pulled a bitter smile to the corners of his lips. He thought to himself that he had endured for so many years. After suddenly seeing the young mistress's flesh and blood, he could not resist it in the end. However, he didn't know if what was waiting for him would be silencing him. Unexpectedly, Fan Xian only asked warmly, "Since you can understand what I said earlier, then please tell me, why did you dare to come find me tonight?" Su Maokai didn't understand why he would ask this. After a moment of silence, he said, "Ever since the news spread, I have been secretly paying attention to news of you and watching your actions. I also tried to find out what you have been doing these few years after you left Danzhou. Regardless of whether it was controlling the Overwatch Council or taking over the palace treasury. I always felt that your style and methods of doing things, as well as the heart hidden behind it, were very similar to the young mistress's. That is why I chose to see you." The so-called news referred to the mystery of Fan Xian's past that shocked the world last year. Fan Xian couldn't resist laughing at himself. He didn't know if his mother had been as sinister and shameless as he was back then. However, to be able to create such a large family business empty-handed, presumably she had used many powerful methods. Furthermore, the deaths of the two princes could not escape his mother's involvement. As for the two similar hearts that Su Maokai had very sensitively discovered, they were all transmigrators. Why did they need to know each other when they met? Fan Xian smiled warmly. He thought that in this world, if he wanted to find two people whose thoughts could be similar and who could understand each other, it would only be him and Yi Qingmei. This kind of relationship was even more wondrous than a normal mother and son relationship. Perhaps it was less close by blood, but more close in spirit. Furthermore, it was difficult to weaken. This was certainly something that the Qing Emperor would not be able to guess. Even Fan Jian and Chen Pingping would not be able to imagine. The entire world would find it inexplicable. As a prince, why would Fan Xian have such deep feelings for his mother, whom he had never seen, to the extent that he would cast far away the so-called familial love in this world and the royal family? It was precisely because no one could understand Fan Xian's feelings for Yi Qingmei that even the smartest person in this world could not guess Fan Xian's true thoughts. At some important moment in the future, some people would certainly pay a certain price for this. Hong Chongqing. Fan Xian did not continue his question with Su Maokai. Instead, he raised his voice slightly and summoned in an Overwatch Council subordinate. The person who entered the room was Qing Hua, a survivor of a deserted island and someone who Fan Xian had fortunately taken under his wing. He originally had a surname, but since he was working at Fan Xian's side, Fan Xian had changed his name for the sake of convenience in the future. The reason he was called Hong Chongqing was partly because of Fan Xian's memories of heroic figures from his previous life. It was also because Hong Zhu's luck had been excellent after he took on the surname Hong. "Be more alert," Fan Xian said with his head slightly lowered. "Don't let anyone come within 10 steps of this room." Hong Chongqing accepted the order and left. Su Maokai looked at Fan Xian with some surprise. Fan Xian gazed at him and smiled slightly. "At this time, you can take out your proof to make me believe in the relationship between you and my mother." Su Maocai's heart jumped. He immediately understood Fan Xian's meaning. An indescribable excitement welled up in his heart. Licking his slightly dry lips, he carefully took out something from his boot and handed it to Fan Xian. Since he dared to come and introduce himself to Fan Xian, he had to have evidence to convince Fan Xian of his background. Fan Xian held the metal bullet in his hand. For a moment, he was slightly absent-minded. In this world, only he and Uncle Wu Zhu knew about the matter of the chest. This bullet not only explained Su Maocai's identity, but it also made him sink into a trance. It was as if he had returned to the seaside of Chuanzhou many years ago. For some reason, a young man who had just entered the navy had received the appreciation of the master of the Yi family and obtained a treasure. The emperor was looking for the chest. Chen Pingping was also looking for the chest, but no one had ever found it. How did you get it? Fan Xian's smile was slightly distant. Perhaps Su Maocai was thinking of the past. The rims of his eyes gradually reddened. In a quiet voice, he said, "The young mistress was playing with this by the seaside. I saw that it was made very carefully, so I thought it was a pity. 20 years ago, by the seaside of Chuanzhou, a woman with an incomparably beautiful face was bored to death. She took out an M82A1 bullet from her clothes and threw it into the sea in an attempt to hit a fish that was gradually sinking because of her beauty. A young man beside her revealed a look of pity. The woman smiled and casually threw one to him as a toy. Yes, the scene at the time was like this." Fan Xian stood up. His 2 fingers slowly caressed the metal surface of the bullet, feeling the touch and flow that did not belong to this world. He took a deep breath. In this instant, the rest of the people in the admiral's manor seemed to have disappeared. The Jiaozhou Navy, the eldest princess, and the Juanshan conference all receded from his mind like seawater bubbles. He was only thinking about this bullet. The woman who had played with it like a marble tilted her head slightly and then smiled. He thought to himself that perhaps he had hurried over from so far away for her appointment. "I'm finally getting the feeling back. At least, it's my own feeling. I like to write it this way. I hope everyone also likes to read it. Today is the first day of the month. I sincerely invite everyone to cast out the monthly votes in your hands. At the same time, I sincerely thank everyone for the monthly votes cast last month. It has allowed me to earn another 3,000 yuan as a bonus. I am very grateful. The monthly votes are in high demand." To be continued. If you want to know what happened after, please log on to www.cmfu.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.